Institute, CGI Network Ghana, Women in Finance and Investment Network. Also to our platinum sponsors, we have KEK Insurance Brokers, Institute of Certified Chartered Economics. We have our gold sponsors to be Nemed Capital Limited, Savage Securities Limited, West Lion Concept, our bronze to be Bank of Africa, Absida Nachna, Investcorp, Metropolitan Pensions Trust. Our strategic partners are Noble Insurance Business School, Africa Global Investor Network, and to our media sponsors, we have Joy News, Modern Ghana, Ama Ghana Online, The New Crusading Guide, News Ghana, Metro TV, Ghana News TV, and my Ghana Daily. I would want to also say that the washroom is on your left when you go out of the auditorium. When you are moving into the hall, it's on your right, the first door. Would also want to say that please be guided by the precautionary measures because COVID is still real. No handshakes, you can do elbows. That's it. I would move on straight to invite Paul to come on stage to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. We are very excited to have all of you here with us today. My name is Paul Frimpong. I'm the country representative of the CGI Institute in Ghana. I'm speaking on behalf of the president of the CGI Network Ghana, Mr. Enoch Kofi Wontumi. So it's been a long journey. We started very early towards the preparation of this summit. For some of our partners, you know that we've been with you through and through since February that we started the production of this summit. We've been having back and forth virtual meetings, face-to-face meetings, sending various emails, inviting our speakers, engaging them on the topics to be discussed and all of that. But today, we are very excited that we are all here to have a very fruitful and a very important conversation with respect to diversity and inclusion in the finance and investment management industry. So I'll just say a little bit about the CGI Institute. So the CGI stands for the Chartered Global Investment Analyst. This is a professional qualification program for people who are pursuing already in the field of finance and investment or aspiring to pursue a career in the finance and investment management industry. So here we are looking at commercial banking, investment banking, insurance, real estate, pensions, as well as other advisory roles that it runs around the finance and investment management industry. So in Ghana, we've been here for almost 5 years, and we have a very progressive numbers in terms of individuals that have been enrolled in the program. And fortunately for us today, for instance, we have some of our speakers who are already CGI charter holders. And in the course of these 5 years, what we sought to do is to build strong, and ethical finance and investment professionals that will take their companies to the next level and, of course, help us to have a very robust industry. As we are all aware, every aspect of the economy of Ghana or any country, obviously, finance becomes the catalyst. And so we have to be conscious of the kinds of people or professionals that we are bringing to lead and, of course, safeguard people's future, looking at the fiduciary role that we play as professionals. So in the course of these years, we have our programs that we run. People enroll. They take series of examination. So in the bags that you have, we have our brochures inside. And of course, I'm sure some of you are also taking the time to read about us. So the qualification involves you taking series of examination, which is structured in 3 levels. Level 1, level 2, level 3. Altogether is 14 papers. And once you're able to go through these series of examination, and you pass, then you'll be awarded as a CGI charter. Of course, you still need to meet a minimum work experience before you are given the charter certification. Apart from this examination that we run, we also offer our members the opportunity to learn on the go. So we have continuous professional development programs that we run. Some are held quarterly, where we meet face-to-face with professionals, experienced professionals that share insights on various topics that borders around the finance and investment management industry. And of course, we have general gatherings like the one we're having here today, just to still learn more and build more network amongst ourselves as professionals, as these are all critical things we need. So today, it's one of our activities that we host, which is the Women in Finance and Investment Summit. And we are happy to having the second edition of this summit. We had the first edition in 2019, but due to the COVID-19, we were not able to host it last year. And today, we have the opportunity to host the second edition. A very big thank you to our partners who have been with us through the first edition, and now we've been able to bring on board more strategic partners. KEK Insurance, for example, I would like us to put our hands together for them for becoming our platinum sponsor. We have Nimbet Capital, Service Securities, and Institute of Certified Chartered Economists as our gold sponsors. So please, let's clap for them for supporting us. And of course, we have other bronze sponsors like Obsidian Achana. We have Bank of Africa. We have Metropolitan Pensions. We have InvestCore. We have the West Lion Concept and strategic partners such as Nobel International Business School. And of course, our co-host, the Women in Finance and Investment Network, which we will hear more from them as the program progresses. On this note, I will say you are all welcome to today's summit, and I wish all of us the best, and hopefully we will leave here with more information, more knowledge, and of course build a very stronger network that will move us up in our career. So thank you very much for being here, and we hope to see you all enjoy this event, and hopefully next year we'll be here or some other place to host the third edition of the Women in Finance and Investment Summit. Thank you very much.
From KEK.
You're from?
KEK Insurance.
Okay, sure.
Business. My pick is actually a contribution, if you don't mind. So on women and the whole maternity leave and paternity leave issue, I've been racking my brain on it quite a bit, and I don't know what your opinion is regarding solutions, because I don't think there's a way around it. Whatever you do, a woman wants to give birth. Mm-hmm. Yes, so I think one of the very few times in solving women issue, we would have to fight for the men in this particular case, and it's to champion paternity leave so that we are on equal footing. The 6 months given to a woman should be given to a man. That's my opinion on that matter. I don't know.
Wow, that's thought-provoking. Thank you very much, Makafui. Thank you very much. Three more. Lady in red. Hello. Red always, projects you. So just tell me. Don't tell me you're not going to wear red again because of this experience. It looks good on you. So just tell me your pick from the presentation, and I will move from there, okay? Your name first.
Okay, so my name is Fako, and I'm from PEG, Ghana. I think what stuck out to me was still the issue around maternity leave. And so, I mean, you cannot decide not to have children. What then do you do? Because it looks like once you go, you lose time. And so I feel policies need to be put in place so that even at that, it doesn't necessarily look like you've abandoned your work. Because, yeah, like I said, childbirth is important. So where do we go from here? I think that's what I have been playing back and forth.
Okay. Please, a round of applause for her. Maternity. So important, but so destructive, isn't it? Anyway, we'll get back to that topic. Hi. Hello. My name is Adam. Please, you are?
Joyce Daisy.
Okay, please, from which company?
CPG.
Well, yes, wonderful presentation there, Madam Clarissa. Thank you. And my take up from there, I thought I was pleasantly surprised that it seems that Ghana is women are represented slightly a little better than globally. So I think that's good, it's there for us. But there's still quite a lot of work to be done, given the cultural setting and the issue about maternity again. Yes. So that's my take on that.
Awesome, awesome. A round of applause for her as well. Well, I'm just thinking, I keep thinking, really, what can we do? Anybody to give me something about the maternity? What do you think should be done? Hi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mame from Pomapia. I'm from Bank of Ghana. I don't really have a solution as to what should be done for us, but I have had 3 sons in 4 years, and as a corporate woman, what I took upon myself was I was not going to allow anyone to tell me that because of my kids, I have lost time. So I decided to do professional courses whilst I'm on maternity, and I'm blessed with a good support system. So whilst I'm home taking care of the kids, I'm doing professional courses so that I am at par with those who are still in the office and working. So even if society is not helping us, I think there are other little things we can do to put ourselves at par with those who are still working. Thank you.
Wow, that's awesome, that's awesome, that's awesome. Okay, yes.
I should move by me.
Okay, my name is Theodora. I'm from Fidelity Bank. I came towards the last end of the speech, but what stuck to me was the representative of women at the C-section, executive management level. So it means that we would have to make a conscious effort to also represent there, and which definitely it will not come on a silver platter. As our sister said, we need to do the necessary courses and then apply for it, because statistics have shown that when there are vacancies or opportunities like this, as women, we always want to have 100% qualification, whilst for the men with a 70%, they take the bold step to apply. So I think we have to be determined and make a conscious effort towards being at the top to change the statistics. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. On the fact that men probably would take the chance, even if it's 50 or 40, I think it's because we are probably used to rejection. So, I mean, from primary school, they've been rejecting us, so we're like, man, there's nothing to lose. This is not new. So let me just take it. Even if I'm rejected, even in primary school, somebody rejected me. It's nothing. Yeah, but that's a very good point that you made. I think.
Adam, are you saying that rejection pushes you people to move forward?
Exactly. We get used to it. So when you see the chance, even if it's 10%, you want to go for it, because rejection there. You've been chopping rejection since primary school.
But are women not also being rejected?
I've been rejected a lot of times. Yeah, so, all right. But I'll play the devil's advocate a bit later. But let me take your thoughts, and then afterwards, I go there.
All right, good morning. My name is Josephine. I'm from UPA. So still on the talk on the maternity, I would want to say that it should not be any deterrent factor, so that if there are young women amongst us would want to go higher on the ladder of the corporate world, and so you would say that because of maternity, or because when you go back, on maternity, you wouldn't have promotions. I have been looking at face severally, and I've been told that because you've had 4 children, straight up, you're not going to have a promotion. But it's fine. You cannot compare your children to any promotion remuneration. And then also, when you come back, as my sister earlier said, when you're home, you can do the courses. And then, of course, you would also have opportunity to be with your children and ensure that they get the right training that they need from a mother. No man can have a baby, so let's not have it swayed off so that some are discouraged. It's a 50-50. No man can have a child. Do it for the family, and it's for us. It's not for the man, So that's what I had to add to it.
Awesome. A round of applause for her. Okay, so this is where the devil takes over. So, okay, sure. Yeah.
What I like to add is outcome of one of the benefits of the COVID, digitization, and the fact that some of the international platforms that I sit on, they realized that since they went virtual with our meetings, a lot more women were participating. Women whose domestic responsibility didn't allow them to travel are now participating from home. And so I think corporate Ghana should position itself to enable women have those opportunities to be able to work from home even when on maternity leave. That is what I wanted to add.
Awesome. Yes. So that actually answers my question partly. The devil's advocate I was going to play. So maybe I'll become a bit of an angel. But honestly, I was saying, if we're in a corporate setting, very competitive, men and women, equally qualified, working hard for the growth of a company. And those in management, you know how difficult it is to run a business. And 2 of the top women go on maternity leave for 6 months. The men are still working. You haven't been in the office. Is it fair? This is hypothetical. Is it fair to just say that probably she's gone for maternity leave, but she was good before she left, so we should just promote her? Is that what we seek? Exactly. So when we talk about the maternity leave thing, a lot of people think once she's working and she's gone, we shouldn't put in any other measures of appraising her. She's been away, but she's a woman, she's giving birth, so let's just promote her. Is that what we are saying? If no, what are we really saying? Is it clear? Yes, dear. Oh, I should have waited for that shot. I'll come back. I'm back.
I mean, that's the catch-22 in all this. We fail to put ourselves in the employer's shoes sometimes, because sometimes these women are themselves the employers who get to choose between a man and a woman has had maternity leave, that whole conundrum. That's why so many countries are brilliantly solving this solution by giving men paternity leaves too. It's one way around it, and you are supposed to take it. So at the end of the day, we are all on equal footing some way, somehow.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's deep. Thank you. A round of applause for her. Okay, so if you are all going 6 months, then I don't get opportunity to outwit you with performance because I also have to go 6 months. Man, that's solid. Clap for her once again. Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Mami Ajwa, and I'm the CEO for Service Securities. So I want to add on to what my sister said. Gender equality issues are usually based on cultural inclinations, okay? So culturally, we are set to think that women are supposed to take care of children. So when we begin to change and embrace that it's a shared responsibility, then the paternity leave and then the maternity leave will put men and women on an equal setting. So I agree fully with her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other addition?
My name is Nancy Tomani, MD LFM. A quick one to add is the fact that one of the ladies discussed that we should be sensitive to the organization. When we come back from leave, we should know that the work should be there. And so when we are, some employers, when they are employing, especially for investment and finance, they are particular about the gender balance. Else, you might have an empty unit and you not come back to a company. So when we are in the department and we realize one lady is already pregnant, sensibly we should stagger or we should manage so that we don't all go at the same time. Otherwise, it will affect the next employment because they will do more men than women. So we should also be very thoughtful.
Wow. Philosophers and great thinkers in this room. Awesome. That's deep as well. Thank you very much. I think we've had a good session. Any final word? Anyone to give? Okay, McAfee, right?
I'm sorry, but let me quickly note that on the legal level, I don't know if you can take some few minutes, look through the maternity law. So many people haven't done so. But when you look through provision for provision, as an employer, you might end up not wanting to even employ a woman. And that's very bad. So if paternity laws are also put in place and we enforce them to the letter,
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all. I mean, you've been wonderful. You've shown that indeed you are women leaders and you are, I was going to say as capable, but the word is more capable than even the men, some of the men who are in positions. A round of applause for yourselves and thank you for your contribution. I will be back, but let's watch a short video and when we're done, I'll be back. Thank you. Straight talk and yeah, we are going to experience some really awesome presentation. An awesome presentation. And the one to do this presentation is a finance and investment professional and has in-depth knowledge and experience working in the finance industry in Ghana for over 2 decades. 15 years of her work experience has been dedicated to investment banking and fund management, with 5 years dedicated to accounting, financial reporting, and management consulting. After joining Data Bank Asset Management Limited as an analyst in the year 2004, she rose through the ranks to become the head of Private Wealth Management Unit. Eventually, she served as the vice president within the asset management unit in Data Bank. Armed with these rich experiences and her personal saving as capitals, she established Octane SD Limited, a wealth management firm built up from scratch in 2017, from scratch. If you've started even a Pempemu store before, you know how difficult it is to start anything. So thank you for giving her a round of applause for that. And after 2.5 decades of operation, the firm grew stronger as it merged with Dealers Capital Limited and now identified adopting DC Limited, effective November 2019. Over the years, she has led various wealth management, finance, and administrative teams to manage funds worth over 337 million Ghana cedis for high net worth individuals, institutions, and mutual funds. I think Ghana can come to you for loan sometime. Currently, she serves as a board of Cyclone HR and serves as the independent corporate trustee on the Pension and Provident Fund Board of Nestle Ghana and CWA Limited and Cocoa Board Limited. In addition, she is a facilitator for a newly set up Ghana Investment and Security Institute, GISI, Teaching Portfolio and Wealth Management. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request that you be on your feet as we welcome our presenter, Dr. Susie Aku Popolampo.
Like a man. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Do I have a pointer? I'm not sure why Adam was pushing the conversation to what doesn't work for women, pregnancy and children. Isn't it about time that we focus on what works for us? Knowledge, skills, capacity. Because that is what it will take. Women as we are, certain things are set for us. We will have to get pregnant. We will have to give birth, no matter how we look at it, even when transgender comes in. So it's about time that we move the conversation from what doesn't work to what works and what we must begin to look. Just Let's look at whoever is sitting to your left or your right and say this to them. When you are called to the table, just say yes. Let's have some energy. When you are called to the table, just say yes. I have just 20 minutes. When CGIA asked me to speak on this, I told them this is a 3-hour course. You don't do anything on diversity in 20 minutes. But I'll lean on some of the lessons that were shared from the keynote address, and I'll also share my take on the subject. I love Catherine with her position on diversity. Can you imagine? Without diversity, life would be very boring. Imagine we all came here with the same needs, the same expectation, wearing the same dress or something. Would it be boring? So there's a place for diversity. We are all different, which is great because we are all unique. And having different minds at the table is what makes the conversation interesting. So diversity will always exist, no matter how hard we look at it. No matter how hard we want the men to support us. I like to take this whole conversation from a level playing ground, because discrimination, conversation on diversity didn't start with us, and it's not going to end with us. So let's look at equity. Some conversation that has been on for so many years. Equality since the days of Beijing conference. We are still talking about it. Then of course, the quantitatives, issues about diversity, the ratios, the numbers, the quotas. And of course, the qualitative. That should be qualitative and not quantitative. How we feel, how we want to be treated. On inclusion. When we look at conversations around equality, we are talking about sameness. So recently I chaired an interview that was recruiting a DMD for a commercial bank in Liberia. Everybody that came for that interview was qualified. 10 years, second degree, professional qualification. Everybody was qualified. The very last question that was posed, when can you resume the role if you were chosen? Let's see the responses the men gave. One said, in a month. This is Liberia. The other said, in 2 weeks. And the third person said, immediately. We went to the women. One said, I will need about 3 months. The other said, 2 months. And the third said, I will have to make a decision when I receive the nod. So we went back and we asked why the limitation. One said, my mom, she's unwell and she's staying with me. I'll need to find alternative arrangements where her care is concerned. So I need 3 months. The other said, my husband, I have to discuss this with him. He has to say yes before I can go. The third said, my children, we've just enrolled them in a new school. They are just adjusting. So it will take some time for the relocation. So I went back to the men. On your CV, you are married, you have children. So how is it possible for you to just get up today to relocate to Liberia? He said, I'll go and settle, and I will ask the children to join me. So you see, even though the playing ground is the same, because we are women, and because we always think about other people before us, our mother, our children, our husbands, it is not in the bad taste, but it is just who we are. It is just who we are. A reason why most people say when you have woman at the helm of affairs, things seem to go right. Every home that has a woman, it's no more a house, it is now a home. So certain things would definitely work against us so far as equity is concerned. Because we are not the type that will just grab our bags today and relocate without consideration for the world. So when the playing ground is offered, the expectation from the other side, that is the organization, is to know that if you are giving the role to a woman, there are some expectations of lifting her up because she's a woman. So the same that is expected of a man to pack her bag right away can't be expected of the woman. And without equity, diversity and inclusion are not possible. If fairness doesn't come to play, diversity and inclusion are not possible. When it comes to diversity, it's about numbers. How many more? What ratios? How close are we to the mean? The focus here is measuring the representation at every time around the table. But the question here is it just the number of women to be represented? Or it is the number of women who are qualified? The further we go on maternity leave does not stop us from learning. A point one of us made. Are we qualified to be invited to the table? Or it is just a case that because we are women, the space must be created for us to be around the table. So when it comes to issues about numbers and quotas and how many more will make our story more beautiful, it comes back to us to position ourselves to be counted. These are recent statistics that's going around, and I'm very happy that Madam Clarissa shared that in her presentation. This is from the Boardroom of Africa. And it's just a casual look on what it looks like on the Ghana Stock Exchange. 2020, out of 37 listed companies. Where the role is a CEO, 15% are female, where it is MD, 12%. It gets more tight when it comes to CFOs. And it's usually the case with the role of CFO. I don't know if it's the nature of the work, but most of the time when you advertise for the role of CFOs, COOs, you have more male turning up for the interview. So sometimes it's not enough to say that the role was created, but the women were not found. We have to go back and understand why for certain roles, like company secretary, it's all about women. Why is that the case? So sometimes just looking at the end result and playing the devil's advocate, that you're not giving us the space, you are qualified, you're always taking the men. It's not enough. This is Gifty and I. She's been on my case for this presentation. A point I want to make about diversity, even physically, the way we look, we are different. Tall Susie, short Gifty, whichever way you want to look at it. Susie is tall because Gifty is short. Or Gifty is short because Susie is tall. Whichever way you look at it, there's a difference. Some things we cannot change. What we can change is what we are beginning to invest in ourselves and build this job, because you said, I want new challenges. So within the 8 years, what challenges have you handled on the job? And why are you still holding the same role title? He said, I haven't been offered. That's what he said. I haven't been offered. So I asked, do you know what it takes to move from finance manager to CFO? Have you cited the scheme particulars of your organization? Do you know what it takes? He said no. This could have been a woman sitting there waiting for promotion. And you haven't moved because you don't know what it takes to move. Somehow you are hoping that you'll be lifted because you've done 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and it's time for promotion. It's not about the number of years. It's what you are giving back to the organization and the value addition you are bringing. So when it comes to inclusion, the focus is the extent to which people can bring their whole true self to the business. What are you giving to the business? Venamaya said something very interesting when it comes to diversity. It's about diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. This whole conversation brings the responsibility back to the employer, or what we all see as the enabling environment. So the enabling environment must be created for us. The enabling environment must be created for us. So you've had the opportunity to come and be selected to be part of the party, to join the organization. The rest is for you to ensure that you get on the dance floor. What the organization can do for you, they have done it. The rest is for us to get to the dance floor. We'll watch a very short video, between 2 to 3 minutes. Then I'll share with you my take on this subject. If we can play it.
You know that little voice in your head? The one that tells you to ignore a tasteless joke. You know that little voice in your head?
And equity. My take is that it's about time for each and every one of us to know who we are. Self-awareness is an important exercise that every single person must take. And identify your feelings and your position on matters. When you do speak up, it's important. The only way to be included around the table is for you to begin to raise your hands and speak up. So self-awareness as reflected in us as individuals. And where we provide leadership, we have people we work with in teams, we must let them know the expectations from them. It's the same with the employer-employee relationship. Employers must know what they expect from employees. At the end of the day, businesses are not charities. Businesses have objectives for setting up. And for every CEO, what is on their mind is shareholder value. That's what we are thinking about. So if you leave your feelings to your employer, it will take some time for your needs to be met. So self-awareness, please. There are a number of tools on self-awareness. Take that exercise and know who you are. Everyone is unique. Everyone is powerful. Believe in yourself and own your own potential and be proud about it. What it will take is confidence in and make yourself so available and so important to the organization. My third point is the establishment. This has a lot more to do with them, with the HR protocols that will help them to understand their progression. So people work and work and work, and they don't understand why on me. Frequency of feedback. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. Ken Blanchard said that. Why do we wait for 6 months before we give feedback on performance? Why do we wait for 12 months before we give feedback? Someone keeps coming to work late every day. Somehow she can't make the 8 a.m. She's always in 8:20, 8:15, 8:30. Why, as a supervisor, do you sit and wait for 6 months before you pick up on this conversation? Sometimes all that person needs is someone to talk to them, to understand whatever challenges they are going through. And for that reason, they are able to be at work at 8 a.m. as prescribed. So let's improve on the frequency of the feedback that we provide. When you are into someone, you appreciate them. You let them know what they are doing well, what they can improve on, and what you want to challenge them with. It must be very frequent. My very last take on this. Please share this with Madam. It's about time we go beyond the quota mindset. The quota mindset makes it appear as if we have to wait because our time is coming. No, we don't have to wait. We have to improve so well that we are standing at the door, right at the door. And when that door is open, it has nothing to do with luck or favor. Yes, there's a place for luck and favor. But within that, it's the world knowing that this job, it's for you because you have the capacity and the capability to deliver. You have demonstrated it over the years. So even if the world says it's lack of favor, you know yourself. So we need to move away from that mindset of our time will come, so we are just waiting. No. Be ready. Be ready at the door. In conclusion, we all have a part to play around the conversation on diversity, inclusion, equity. Somehow we have to juggle with new variables every now and then. Now we are moving to ESG, environment, social, corporate governance and all. So there are a lot more heavy conversations on organizations. So we all have a part to play when it comes to inclusion. We need to speak up. It's very important. We need to speak up. We need to avail ourselves. It's one thing building your skill set and being asked to do something, and you tell yourself, nah, this is not for me. I don't do things like that. It's for people like that. No. Let's work and build our skill set, and the rest is history. Thank you.
No, that is not enough. Certainly that is not enough. That cannot be enough. Goodness me. Wow. You've captured inclusiveness and leadership in a way I never could have imagined. So brief, like you said, this would take 3 hours. But then you've done so well to capture everything within 25 minutes. And it's so precise. It's challenging, throwing a challenge to all of us, and it's inspiring as well. God richly bless you. A round of applause for you once again. I'm really tired. It's so deep and damn. Wow. Okay. Thank you very much for this session. I won't add anything. I don't have anything to add, though. She said it all. So, hi.
Madam.
Yes, so this program, I guess you're all enjoying it. Is it great? Oh, it's not. Is it great? Yes. Okay, I couldn't hear you. Is it great? Yes. Okay, then it was put together through the effort and support of some generous organizations. So you go to those companies and tell you exactly what they are doing for us and how they are making this happen.
All right. Please put your hands together for Dr. Susie again. Please, I would want to add just a line or two. Sometimes go lobby for jobs. Please. Because I did one yesterday. Go lobby for jobs, women. If you want to climb the ladder to get to the C-suite, please let's lobby for jobs. It is not shameful. Just go to the GM or HR. Tell the man or woman, I can do this. Put me to the test. Give me 6 months. If I can't do that, get me back to my position. I will gladly do that. But make sure you you do it. Other than that, you go back to where you're coming from. Anyway, we would like to acknowledge our sponsors and partners. To our platinum sponsor, KEK Insurance Brokers, and to Institute of Certified Chartered Economists, thank you very much. To our gold sponsors, Nimed Capital, Savvy Securities, and Westline Concepts, thank you so, so much. Bronze, we have Bank of Africa, Absiden National, Investcorp, Metropolitan Pension Trust, thank you. To our strategic partners, we say thank you to Noble International Business School, Africa Global Investor Network, and to our media sponsors, Joy News, Modern Ghana, Amma Ghana Online, The New Crusading Guide, News Ghana, Metro TV, Ghana News TV, and My Ghana Daily. Thank you so, so much for coming on board to put up a great program like this. We will take our network and coffee session. Please network. We are here to network. I told you in the beginning that we'll have discussions on women, one, diversity, inclusion, finance, investment, and management. So brace yourself up. The first part has been awesome. You don't want to miss the other part in the program today. My name is Wilhelmina Ananunu, and my co-host is Adam. Adam, please, can you give a way for us to acknowledge you?
The handsome young man standing here.
Yes.
Adam,
yes.
Tassicius, Dofonyo. Thank you. You didn't hear the other one. Just use Adam.
All right. You know, every program we have people, and so we'd want to give the opportunity to one of our platinum sponsors to tell us something, to share something with us. But in the meantime, please put your hands together for yourselves because you are a powerhouse. Please put your hands together for yourself. The first session has been very wonderful, educative, and informative. And you don't want to miss the other sessions that we're about to start. So I'll invite Naomi L. Halabi, Head of Claims for KEK Insurance, to say something to us. Please put your hands together for our platinum sponsor.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen. My name is Naomi, and it's a pleasure to be here and to introduce my company, KEK. We are an insurance broking firm, and we've been in existence for the past 32 years. And for 30 years, we've been consecutively the #1 insurance broking firm in Ghana. We have network branches in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and hopefully in the coming year, we should be in the Francophone countries. One thing I would like to draw your attention on is that from where I sit as the head of claims, when it comes to insurance, we deal with accident cases, death, and all that. But one trend that is coming up that I want to share with you is that as women, married men and women here, sometimes cases come up, insurance cases come up where getting the documentation to process becomes difficult. We've had death cases where the families, because of our cultural background, there is contention, litigation at the point of death. So the claim cannot be processed. I know insurers have a reputation that they don't like paying claims, but indeed, there are good insurers who pay claims. And should you come, like if you decide to work with KEK, our services are free. We offer claims pro bono services. So if you partner with us, these are some of the benefits that you get for free. But what I want to draw your attention on is that death in life is inevitable. And from where I sit, I've seen so many cases where someone dies and the insurance claim cannot be paid because of the lack of supporting documents. I've had cases sitting on my desk for over 2 years because the wife and the man's family are fighting. It's in court. Some hold on to the death certificate, said that without the proof of death, how do I process your claim for you? So these are what I want to bring your mind on as I get the opportunity and as I stand here, is that in our way, in our little ways, if we're able to influence our partners, if we can get the decision makers to make a decision when it comes to us as a wife, as mothers, as sisters, brothers, that when it comes to death cases, there should be, the wives or the partners should have access to the death certificate so that whatever entitlement is due can be given to the wife, to the, to the partners to support the children that are left behind. I've had a case for over 2 years, is pending, and this is a top executive of a company. The wife and the family are fighting, so the process cannot go on. As women, what are we doing? Like our speaker said, we have to challenge ourselves. Imagine if there are children left behind and the woman is not working. How is she going to support the children left behind? So this is what I want to alert you in our way as we go back from here. Let's be alert. Let's put things in place so that when it comes to documentation, let's be self-sufficient. Even in our role as mother, while we are on maternity, if we need to improve ourselves such that when the inevitable happens, we can stand up to hold the family together. KEK is here, we are here, and we intend to be here until Jesus comes. But if you need anything that is claim-related, insurance-related, we are here. We are at your beck and call, and then you should partner with us. Our services are free. We don't charge you. We offer claims pro bono services. So from today, if you have any claim-related, insurance-related, any incident, get in touch with KEK, and we should be able to assist you. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, KEK Insurance. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you very much for your sponsorship of this program. All those who are enjoying this program, KEK Insurance is our platinum sponsor, and they've been really generous to us. A round of applause for her once again. And yes, they are not doing it alone. We have other sponsors who've also contributed generously to the success of this program. So if I mention the company and you're here, kindly give me a wave, the rep or the CEO, or if anybody from the company, if you're here. I can see Ms. Sabina right to my right. Nimet Capital. Please, away from Nimet Capital. A round of applause for Nimet Capital. Thank you very much, Nimet Capital. Service Securities Limited. Hi. You came alone? Yeah. Okay, away from you all. All right, thank you very much, Service Security. West Lion Concept. Okay, we are here as well. West Lion Concept, we're here. Bank of Africa. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group. I hear. Thank you very much, Bank of Africa. Obsidian National, where are you? Okay, thank you very much. Investcorp. Hi, thank you very much. A round of applause for them. Metropolitan Pensions Trust. Hello, thank you. I'll be coming to you after the program. And then Noble International Business School. Noble International Business School, a round of applause for them. Africa Global Investor Network. Thank you very much. And then to our media partners, Joy News. Anyone from Joy News? Okay, hi, Joy News. Modern Ghana. Round of applause for them, Modern Ghana. Ama Ghana Online. Round of applause for them. The New Crusading Guide, News Ghana, Metro TV, Ghana News TV, My Ghana Daily. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for making this program wonderful and successful. Next year, it'll be bigger, and so we'll be expecting you to come on board with bigger checks, you know. All right, so we're going to start the next session, and I'll take a brief break from you all. Probably you're tired of seeing my hard face. So we're moving to the next session where you get another succulent lady just like my co-MC who will take over from us. So I'll do a brief job of introducing the moderator for the next session, which is a panel discussion. She has established herself as a professional and an astute credit expert with international exposure. She worked as the Deputy Managing Director of First Trust Savings and Loans, Chief Operating Officer of Ideal Finance Limited, and was one-time General Manager of Express Savings and Loans Limited. She is a Chartered Global Investment Analyst with the CGIA Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, your moderator, Ms. Charlotte Lily Baidu. Okay, so kindly take your seats. And I'll leave the responsibility of introducing
One moment. We are women, Abby. Things sometimes can get messy. The fact that you're a woman. But it is well. So our business this morning is to talk about accelerating women's economic power, leveling the financial playing field. And to do justice to this, we have some lovely industry players in our midst, and they will help us to do justice to this fantastic topic. I have with me Abena Boachiwa Brigidi. I hope I had the Boachiwa very well. Okay, let me give you her accolades. Please take a seat. You can sit anywhere. Madame Abena Boachiwa Brigidi is a certified Ghanaian investment banker and a chief executive officer of Named Capital Limited, a premier investment banking firm in Ghana. Her drive to create awareness for individuals and corporate entities on the need to build wealth and sustain this wealth for generations. Influence, she's an influencer, she's an investment banker, she's a mother, she's a wife, she's everything. Help me welcome Madame Abena Brigidi. The other woman to do the honors is Solace, my sweetheart. Madame Solace Odampton Soba is a general manager operations at Enterprise Life Insurance. Solace holds an MBA and a degree as well. She leads the operational efforts at Enterprise Life, Ghana's #1 life insurance, and is an accomplished business leader and a tactician. I want to emphasize the tactician. She manages the business operations of the company. Let's welcome Solace Sowa Odampton. The last but not the least is Mami Adjoa. Mami Adjoa is a CEO. She's a big woman. She's a big woman. Mami Adjoa is a CEO of Survey Securities Limited. Before becoming the CEO, she was the head of fixed income trading at Guaranteed Trust Bank. She holds a degree in mathematics, the subject that the women we are afraid of. So you could see that the organizers have done a good job by calling all these wonderful women here to discuss how to help an emerging lady like you, how to accelerate, what's the level playing field. So without much ado, I'll zoom in and then we'll have the discussion. Do you have the mic? Okay. Okay. So the first question that I want to ask is, what is your view on women economic empowerment? What is it? Abena.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to you all. I'm excited to be part of this morning's session. And I believe that I'll share a few thoughts that will accelerate your empowerment or charge you up to go there and empower yourself. So basically, what economic empowerment is, and for that matter for women, is how you are able to economically or to be able to liberate yourself from poverty or being introduced to opportunities that will give you the power to conquer poverty, to be able to have self-sufficiency, reduce your reliance on other people, i.e. men, and to be to be able to reduce your dependency. I use the word reduce because we are wives, we are certainly would be depending a bit on our husbands. It's even biblical that your husbands take good care of you. So yes, so a bit over dependent on them. And then basically have your own power to be able to have your purchasing power, do what you want to do as a woman, be able to help other people when you choose to help, be able to set up businesses, and also empower other women. I believe that's where the next talk should be going in terms of economic empowerment. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I think that is not exhaustive enough, so I want to ask Mami Adwoa if you have anything to add in terms of what, in your opinion, is women economic empowerment.
Okay, so I think Abna has said almost everything. I just want to add. So I think women economic empowerment is when a woman is able to make meaningful contributions to economic decision making, be it on the personal level, the household level, or at the national level. When the woman has access to decent work, when she can take charge and control over her own time and resources, when she's able to, provide for her basic needs. Okay, so that is what I think women economic empowerment is. My question is, why is it essential at this time? Why is it important for a woman to be economically empowered? Because I think it forms the very basic foundation of attaining or achieving women's rights and the gender equality that we are all fighting for. So when a woman is economically empowered, she's able to participate equally on all fronts, to participate equally in all existing markets, and to confidently take up leadership roles. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so Solis, can you briefly tell us your journey? How has it been like? For the emerging leaders sitting here, they also want to accelerate their career and become a big woman like you. Kindly take us through your journey.
If you permit. My journey, I wish I have a very dramatic story to tell, but I really don't. I was fortunate to be part of, I have a good family background, and I had parents who broke the boundaries of not limiting women to do specific chores. And so girls are not expected to do some home chores, and the boys are not expected to do some home chores. The pressures of the home chores was equally given to us. So my brother would wash plates, I would also wash plates, I would wash the car like he would. And so we were given that equal level playing field. And we're encouraged equally to do attain our highest potential. So at that stage, you grow up knowing that you can be what you want to be, and your future is in your hand. So based on that kind of background, I nourished my my capacity and my potential by taking up opportunities to upscale and do everything possible to be where I am. So I recall that some 15 years ago, I wrote down my ambition, where I want to be. like Susie said, we should have some kind of self-reflection, go through some kind of personal mastery to know exactly what we want to do with ourselves. And so if you go through that process, you will go through all the challenges and all that, but at the end of the day, you know the path that you want to follow. So I had, you have to also sacrifice. Because I left to do my master's in insurance when I left a 6-month-old child and a two-year-old son as well. So going there and sacrificing this much, yes, I was lucky to have a supportive husband, but then I was determined. So it is your career. You have to take the mantle to say, this is my career, this is the path I want to follow, and do it. The challenges will come, but know that it is your career and follow it.
Wonderful. I'm sure we all have individual experiences where we have been through to get to where we are. So if you can kindly take us through your journey, Ajua.
Okay, so Solace, my parents also provided the environment for me to be economically empowered at a very young age. I remember that as young as 12, it was compulsory in the household on vacations to follow daddy to work and kind of run errands for him, and he would pay me a little stipend. I remember those days, I think it was 20 pesos. That was a lot of money for a 12-year-old girl. So I would find myself, oh, I have a lot of money, let me save. So at a very young age, I began to save, and I was aware of the benefits of saving. They also provided an environment where you were allowed to make certain decisions for yourself, although under their guidance, of course. So it taught me how to be, say, independent and to make a few decisions for myself. I always found myself trying to do things that women were not expected to do. So you find me, you come to class in the middle of about 6 boys, I'll be in the middle, discussing issues and saying, I can also do math. And I was a woman like you, what? So I found myself always trying to challenge the status quo. So I remember when I told my parents I wanted to read pure mathematics at UCC. My mother was scared at a point because University of Choice, their pass mark was like 80% above all. And she was like, oh, you'll be too skewed. Can you add something to open your mind? I said, Mommy, what else apart from mathematics can open my mind, you know? So she convinced me to add business management. I remember telling my friends, this is what I want to read. And they will still pass that comment, that stereotype comment of, why would you as a woman want to do that? Another shocker came when my first day at class, in a class of over 100 people, we were only 3 females. I felt so comfortable because growing up, I always find myself in the midst of boys. You call me a tomboy. So I felt so at home, but I was a little bit sad that we were only 3 women in that class. And over my 4-year stay there, you come and find me teaching the boys the maths. Yeah, and I'm always proud to say this. So you can learn from my life. Don't be confident in yourself. Don't say that you're a woman. No, that doesn't reduce the level of smartness that you have. And I've always found myself always wanting to push or perform outside my comfort zone. So you always find me doing very weird things. Some of my friends will call me weirdo or Ogeringe. I had a lot of nicknames, you know, in school. Some will call me the lioness. And that one has stuck with me till now. So you can do it. That's a little bit about my journey. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I believe that for me, there are 4 things that when I look back, I'm able to table. And the first thing that is very significant in my journey is the God factor. God, in his own infinite wisdom, has brought me this far. How he did it, I can't explain. But I've happened to be at the right place at the right time. I've happened to meet people that have opened doors. I've happened to meet people that have provided some way, somehow. The God factor is significant in my journey. The second thing, and pardon me, let me take this off. It keeps coming off and distracting me. So the second thing that I will talk about is the principles I kept. I've been guided with 3 principles. The first is hard work. The second that I have is humility. And I happen to know at a very early age that if you're humble, doors will be opened for you. So I have kept it with me. And the third that I have known is to be hardworking. I don't know if hardworking, humility, and also to be humane. Okay, humane is humanity. Over these years, though I have taken these principles, one other thing I realized, which would be the third point, is that I have evolved. I am not the same Abna you knew in secondary school. Neither am I the same Abna you knew in Zenith Bank. I'm not the same Abna you knew at all time. One thing that helps in evolving is to build capacity. I have learned, okay? I can engage somebody just to teach me PowerPoint because I'm going to do a presentation and I need to just maneuver it. I can even engage somebody to teach me English. For me, I even have to teach myself to speak the way I want to speak. I have evolved. And the last thing is you need to take opportunities. Any opportunity that comes my way, even if I cannot do it, I grab it. I'll grab it first and go and look for somebody to help me do it. I am not limited by I cannot do it. You bring the science and maths question, the lady headmistress or instructor came to give the per second and then py square, whatever. I'll write it down. When I write it down, I will go and look for somebody to help me. So if you're aspiring to be up there, sit at the table, do the dance, not just attend the party, then if you'd want to emulate me, don't forget the God factor. Have some principles to guide you with. Evolve, learn, build capacity. If it means by sacrificing, like our mother said, 2 years, 6 months baby, and going out to study, build up, and then be prepared for every opportunity that comes your way. Thank you.
Wow. I think I just want you to still move on, and I want to find out from you, what has been your greatest challenge in your career path?
Okay. So, like I said, when it comes to me and challenges, I don't see challenges. I always see opportunities. The reason is that I talk about the God factor again. I happen to also know that they that know their God do exploits. So for me, that's my mantra. I wake up every morning with that. So when the challenge comes, the first thing I do is that inside me, in my reflection, I know I can do anything. Okay, it might not satisfy you, but with me, I've done it. So the challenge, the way I handle that, I make sure, the word is sure, that even if I cannot, I see it as an opportunity to break through. So I need to find somebody who can help me. So with me, I always use my network. You see, there's something that as women we ignore, and it's network. In balancing in career, everybody that you meet has a reason that you have met the person. You might not know it today. So all of us seated here, we certainly would have to cross someday. But in God's own time, we've all met today. So the purpose might not be for this program, but for some other day. So I take relationships very serious because what I cannot do, the other can do. So every challenge, I know who I can turn to help me solve that challenge. Thank you.
Ooh. Okay, so Solace. I just want to find out how you've been able to handle your work life and family life. How are you able to cope with these rhythms in your life?
In terms of work-life, family balance, I always say that we need to be able to prioritize and compartmentalize our work life and family life, mainly because set up boundaries, come up with non-negotiables. There are things that I would do at home that I would not, it's not negotiable. Like I have carol service this afternoon, I have to go, I'll take them. So I've managed to leave quite early and go there. Then if it's work, when it's about strategy, when it's about something I have to present, if I have to stay all night to do that, I would also do that. So you have to sacrifice. That's the point. You have to sacrifice to make each work. Otherwise, you'll be in the mix of it and you would not, there won't be a balance. And there's the bit about investing in yourself. Look, don't be afraid to ask for help. We need to find coping mechanisms. There are washing machines, there are air fryers, there are slow cookers. Why are we doing all that hard work when we can find ways of... Look, let's normalize luxury, a bit of it, if you can afford it. And then when it comes to work, if it frees you, you are less stressed to actually do the work and do it well. So for me, let's ask for help. Let's outsource. If we can pay for it, let's outsource. And let's not be so fixated in certain things that it has to be fufu that has to be pounded, when you can actually do it the other way. My point is, let's try and be less hard on ourselves. It will weigh us down. We need to work 4 times harder than the men. Let's save the energy to do that. That's how I manage work-life rhythm. Really.
Okay. Mami Ajua, your take.
Okay, so I am a mother of three boys. I had 3 boys in 3 years, so I resonate with Mami in the corner there. My life can be very extremely crazy. It's like all the time. My first boy is 4, my second is 3, the last is 2. Very active and very troublesome. So for me, what has helped me try to juggle these incompatible roles of being a mother and an entrepreneur is a lot of planning and a lot of time management. Even though children have a mind of their own, they have their own plans. If you make your plans, there'll be a bit of distortment, but it helps me. When my day starts at 4:30 a.m., I try to take 15 minutes after my quiet time to try to jot down what I want to achieve during the day. What has also helped me to also keep my sanity is to try and separate work from home. So I leave work, when I get home to the door, I leave all the challenges, all the work wahala behind the door before I enter to be able to perform my role and as a mother and as a wife, because starting a business can be very messy. You're now putting in place structures and stuff like that. So you will be tempted to, let me take my laptop, I'll just spend 15 minutes. You won't spend 15 minutes. It's a lie. So I try to make that deliberate effort to try and leave work when I get home. And I don't have to forget to mention here that I also have a very supportive, a very strong support system.
My mother has been very helpful. My sister, she's here. Just help me to give her a round of applause. She has been helping me. Nanama, thank you. Give a wave, give a wave, give a wave, give a wave, give a wave. She has been helping me to take care of the kids when I have a presentation here and there. So I have a very strong support system. My husband, who is very supportive, he's not here today, but I just want to acknowledge him, give him a shout out wherever he is. Yeah, so that has also helped me a lot trying to juggle. But there's one thing I want to say here. When we are trying to juggle our roles at home and our roles in the office, we should stop trying to be perfect. As Madam Sole said, stop it. You are putting a lot of pressure on your mental health. You are not perfect. You are not a superhuman. You are not Batman. So we should try to stop being perfect, or we are not superhuman. Help. You need help. Ask for it. You are not less of a woman if you ask for it. So those are the little things that have helped me juggle or try to maintain the work-family balance.
Thank you very much. So that's wonderful. I think we are all learning, right? You could be a mother for 10 years, 20 years, but you can still take something away today that will help you to manage your family life well and to help you appreciate the issues that women go through. I want to find out, Abina, women economic empowerment, right? The challenge that we face is due to systemic stereotype, institutional issues that people think this is woman and that is woman. In your opinion, what can we do as women to demystify these things in the society?
Thank you. That's a very controversial question for me because I have a different opinion when it comes to that. The reason is that in Ghana, for instance, I believe that we have a fair playing field and women are not normally stereotyped to say, you're a woman, so you cannot get this role. But what our major problem is capacity and confidence. Women don't have confidence in themselves. They don't believe they can do it. They believe that this is a man job. Okay, I don't want to be CFO because it's a man job. Even when the supervisor recommends that this is something that maybe I think you can do, can you start building up for this? The first thing they will say is that I can't do that. I'll tell you one story with somebody I encountered. The person saw me and she wanted to inquire what she can do to come into investment banking. Then I said to her that the first thing you need to do, go and certify with the stock exchange. So go and do the course. She then asked, is it mathematics? Then I said, not really. Then, has it got a bit of finance? And I said, certainly because it's in the financial sector, so there is some bit of finance. But you can do it, don't you think? Abna, I don't really like anything about finance. So I asked her, so what's your business inquiring to get into the financial sector? The moment you make up your mind that I want to be in this industry, know that you can attain any of the positions, build your own career path, and know what it takes to get there. Build that capacity to take there. And I love what Dr. Susie said. Be at the door. The moment it's opened, you enter and you take your seat.
Thank you. My point is, sometimes people are not comfortable that is a woman who is going to do. For example, we all sit in a plane and the pilot says, this is Charlotte Lily Bedu, your captain. I'll be taking you to Ghana. Most women in the plane will shiver. They are just not comfortable that is a woman taking me. I have a little story even just yesterday, where my sister is supposed to drive my mom to a place that is 2 hours from Accra. My mom instantly said, where is your driver? My sister said, the driver is not available today. I'll drive you there. No, look for another male driver. So, how do we deal with these things? And these are, when it comes to us for the business that we do, after all, from the school, they don't give us pink sheets and they give men blue sheets. We all write the same exams. If you really want to attain the heights, like you're saying, I believe that if you believe you want to take, when the advert comes, it doesn't take women or men, even though sometimes they say we encourage more women to. But at least they give you the level playing field. But there are other things that people are not comfortable. When is the woman factor? That is my challenge. What do you say about it? Mami Adra or Solace, any of you can take.
I'll take it. Okay, so I've come face to face with women not believing in women, like even subtly, like subconsciously. You go for a meeting and in the room, the other women will be sizing the other women, thinking that, oh, this one, she's a junior, or this one, she's an assistant. You know, even though they are the leaders. Okay, so I think to be able to deal with this deep-seated inequality, and institutions are social systems that guide our social relationships or social relations. So we have things like gender-defined roles, like being a pilot is for a man, or being a doctor is for, like, women can take certain jobs and women cannot take certain jobs. We need to look at that. Norms are things like expectations, these high expectations that we have at the back of our mind, even though we don't want to unintentionally. You see that the woman's role is to take care of the house, to take care of the children, and that is her role. We need to look at all these things. We also need to look at institutions like marriage and inheritance. You know, I was shocked to learn that in some parts of West Africa, women are not allowed to inherit landed property. So some of these things must be redefined. As women ourselves, we need to begin to work on our minds, okay? Sometimes we subconsciously, as Abna said, we don't believe in ourselves, and it has messed with our confidence. So I think to address the inequality, we need to look at changing the norms and institutions around our culture. And then I also think that we also have to bring the men along in these diversity and inclusion conversation. I must confess, a lot of improvements has been seen in this area where you see men driving the diversity and inclusion conversation. But I think there's a little bit room for improvement. So that's my mind and take on that issue. Thank you.
Phyllis, do you have something? Inequalities, biases, stereotyping, these are all words.
I would add that, yes, it does exist. It has been embedded in our norms, and it's such that sometimes we feel we need to be vulnerable as women. This is what the guy can do, this is what the woman should be doing. But we need to break those barriers and believe in ourselves. What I think is, if you have your sense of purpose, as my friend would say, what's your ministry, really? If you know what you are about, nothing should set you back. Nothing to set you back. And we ourselves, sometimes, we play victim. I mean, I know guys can also play victim, but women, we tend to play victim, where we easily say, oh, it's this way because this is it. And that toxicity does not help us. So once we start losing those pettiness, those petty jealousies, and sometimes we are even toxic to ourselves, self-sabotages. We cannot do this, this is the limit that I can go, this is what is expected of me and all that. That is what actually feeds on this inequality that we are talking about. So if we are really going to break this, it's not about the men. We know what we want to do. We know that we want an equal playing field. We should set ourselves to that task and invest in ourselves such that we break that. it's not really always about the men.
Thank you very much. You can add.
Yeah, Charlotte, I would want to say that we all, okay, I'll put it this way. For me, I believe that I have left trying for norms and changing structures and all that. There's one thing, excellent open doors, excellent keep people mute. Thrive to excel in whatever that you do. And automatically, there wouldn't be any gender disparity. You can attain whatever you want to do. It's performance. And in our industry, it's so clear. If the target is 200, bring your 200 and you move to the next level. As simple as that. So for me, if you say have a male boss and the male boss is very harsh on you, is trying to get you to do what? Take it in good faith. Don't think that the person is trying to sideline you. Look at the development areas they are pointing out to and then work at it. When you excel in what you do, certainly no boundaries, certainly no norms. Every other thing melts for you to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want us to discuss harassment in workplaces. We can't meet as women and not discuss harassment in workplaces. I want to know whether you've ever encountered any harassment. I did not say sexual, I said harassment. So I just want to know whether you've encountered any harassment in your professional life and how you were able to overcome that harassment. Any of you can take. Nanajwa first. Honestly, my middle name is Nanajwa.
Okay, nice to know. Okay, I think this is a very uncomfortable conversation for me, but I'll try to have it. In my professional journey, when I first secured a proper full-time job, there were instances of harassment for me. It was sexual in nature. It was not hardcore sexual, but sexual advances from some of my managers at the time. How, as a young, around that time, I think I was 26, yeah. And so and that was my first job. I had no experience in how to work corporate politics and how to maneuver these kind of situations. So as young as I was, how I dealt with this was, okay, I know what this person is driving at. I would try as much as possible to show respect and not give what they are looking for. So I tried to play a little bit of hide and seek, trying to find my way around it, but that wasn't solving the problem for me. So as Abna said, you need to build your networks. As at that time, I was just a fresher in the corporate space. So I gathered the courage to approach a senior level manager who was a woman at the time. And I told her my situation. And she told me one thing that has stuck with me till now. She said, "You're a woman. These things are, that's reality. These things are happening in the industry. Stand your ground. Know what to say at what time. And if you continue to stand your ground, the person will get the message." So for me, that's how I dealt with it at that level. So that's the only experience of harassment I've gotten in my professional career. So that's what I want to share. Thank you.
Truth be told, I haven't experienced any harassment. And it could be that, I don't know, for some reason I haven't. And probably I'm too bold and blunt. So I would speak up before you even approach coming that way. And so maybe that's it. So I have got the tax of being too bossy or to be too abrasive. But well, I just track it off. So I haven't gotten it. And I don't think I'm special because I haven't gotten it. It's just that I haven't gotten it.
It's the grace, it's the grace. Bridget. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So for me, I honestly haven't gotten people show advances at me, sexual harassment, even harassment in terms of somebody just on you just to make sure you leave that job place and all that. But in leadership role, I have ladies who've spoken to me about that. And it's actually set me thinking. So I've been thinking about it. And these are the scenarios I create in my head. Ama, Accra, yeah. These three people are all in the organization. Mr. Thompson, who is said to show sexual advances at every young girl, doesn't show to Accra, but tries it on Ama and tries it on Ya. The question is, what is it about these three ladies that would make Mr. Thompson harass sexually any of these two? Then it dawned on me that sometimes the way we place ourselves or the way we are in the corporate environment give access to anybody to talk to you. Even now, I realize that if you're a young lady and you are not married, any man who sees you knows that what you are really aspiring for is to be married. So if you are not careful, the hairdresser doing your hair, if he's a male, by the time he's finished doing your hair, he's toasting you. So if you don't position yourself as somebody who is professional, who is decent, no nonsense, I don't take this nonsense, then you have these people approaching you. So make it clear in the space that you are in. This is me. This is my take on this. Don't come close and you won't find it. I don't know if for some reason I exhibited that. That I'm sure I did not. But probably nobody thought that I was a candidate for it.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Finally, there are emerging ladies sitting here. Kindly speak to them. Tell them what they need to know to become you. Solace.
To become me, it's a tough one. You have to go through my mental models. Please remain the genuine, authentic you. But what I think should shape your world is whatever experiences that you go through, please let it teach you something. I spoke about my schooling and how, look, that school broke me. I wept every day for a whole year. And God taught me something, to be very humble. And I think that we should be humble. It's one key thing. If you are not humble, we are not able to ask for help. And we need to ask for help if we want to grow. And then the other bit is be ready to sacrifice. I spoke about the sacrifices I felt I made, and I continue to make sacrifices. Then also, learn. Let's always be eager learners. We should pick a book every time. Now that our phones have notes, let's use it. Let's not just go to social media and read and not add to ourselves. Let's make sure we are learning. The other bit is, I think, not being afraid to ask for help. I would forever say this. Because if you are humble, you are able to do that. And when you ask for help, it adds to you. It adds to you. Don't always, you can be given a lot, but also ask so that you add value to yourself. And then strive to be the go-to person in everything, in every situation that you are. So if you're a technical person, make sure that they miss you when you go on maternity leave. When you go on maternity leave, learn to add up to yourself, such that when you come, even those you left behind, you know more than them. So I think what I would say, and things that I have picked up along my journey, is what I've just shared with you. Let's be humble, let's learn, let's ask for help. That would be it for me.
Thank you very much. Be humble, ask for help, have a coping mechanism so that you can cope with family life balance. Yes, Ajwa.
Wow, Solace, you've said everything. What's left for me to say? Okay. I'll just add to what she has said. Be humble. It's very rewarding to be humble. It helps you to grow as a leader. So please try to be humble. Don't try to know everything in the room. Even if you do, try to listen. Listen before you speak. Yes, that's what I would like to add. And also push yourself outside your comfort zone. If you remain there, you will not grow. You will not grow. Try to do things that make you feel uncomfortable, yes. Be uncomfortable doing things. This is a sign that you are growing. So for me, that's what I want to add, because Solace has said everything. Thank you.
Abina.
Okay, so I'll add to what Solace and Nanajo has said. I think 3 things. The first, networking. Don't forget it. Network. Maximize every relationship that you will find. Second, build capacity. Learn, learn, learn. And lastly, be at the door, ready to enter. So be alert, scouting for opportunities, and then enter. But let me conclude with this. It's important to have role models. Don't look or aspire to be somebody. It's important that you have role models. And when you have role models, harass them until they give all of themselves to you. You know, some people don't like this mentor-mentee things because it's such a waste of time now, I'll say, because you don't get the mentor intentionally trying to imbibe in you how you can get there. And the mentee is not also that submissive to learn. Look for role models. Get them to tell you. Sometimes intentionally, don't ask them, how did you go about your maternities? You have 4 kids, and I see you're a CEO. How did you get there? How do you juggle between this? Sometimes the textbooks are not helping our sector or our environment, our landscape. Some practical examples would help. Don't do away with their mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I said that was my last, but I just want to ask. You said networking, networking, networking. Sometimes there are women here, they've come here, they will take your telephone number, they will take your cards, they call you, send you WhatsApp. We don't mind them. What happens? I'm speaking for you, Abby. I have been there before. So what should they do? They will harass, but we will still not give them the ears. I'm speaking to the women leaders here.
Okay, Auntie Shallow. So I think that I use the word intentional. There are people that are very available and very willing to help. One. Notwithstanding, there are several leaders that are willing to help but are busy. They have too many things going on themselves. So sometimes it's when you push, then in their head, girl, freedom. So you might want to be that pest they would want to just get rid of. Because if you leave it to the gentle side of you, hello, Abna, just checking in. I'll come back and say, thank you for checking in. Hello, Abna, how are you today? I'll tell you, by the grace of God, I hope you're good. But put a task. Abna, I'm trying to do this, that. How best do you think I can go about it? Then, if I happen to have the phone and I'm responding, then as typical of me, I'll 1 dot, right, 2 dot, right, 3 dot, right. But if you keep saying, I'm checking out, I'm checking in, how are you? When can I see you? Of course, in my about when you can see me, and I've not been able to come up with something. So as much as you would want us to come out, try and also come straight to the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. It's been warm, chatty talk this afternoon, and I've really enjoyed myself, and I've learned a lot. A bit of me to you people, as also a female leader, is that when they invite you to the room, you belong there. So you take it away with you. If you have a call and they say that you are supposed to be part of the panel, you are supposed to be part of this group, you are supposed to come, don't say, me so many wine, me papa ne wine, me mama ne wine. No, don't belittle yourself. The fact that they have invited you, you belong there. Take up the challenge and go. We are women, and most of the time, we try to belittle ourselves, that we don't even deserve where they have called us. I can't even speak. I can't even talk. Who am I? I am coming from some village school. Why are you calling me? I didn't go to Achimota. I didn't go to Presec. I didn't go to Wesley Girls. Why are you calling me? I cannot face them. Hey, all the people that are coming as female CEOs. And I happen to be some customer service manager. What am I going to do there? They called you, Abby. So you belong there. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much, ladies.
Please put your hands together for them. I told you today is a powerhouse, and you are a powerhouse sitting here. Thank you so much, Abna. Thank you so much, Mami Ajwa, my namesake. Thank you so much, Solace. And thank you so much, Charlotte. Thank you so, so much. Wow. So I would call another powerhouse to introduce another powerhouse. Today I'm giving us a name. We are powerhouse. I won't address anybody by the name. Whoever you are a powerhouse sitting here. So I'll call on a powerhouse to introduce a powerhouse. Now the powerhouse that will be introduced, we're going to learn something from that person who has really climbed up to the financial industry here in Ghana. She's a trailblazer. I wouldn't want to say much. I would call on Akofa Dakwa, who is the Chief Risk Officer for Bank of Africa. Now a little bit about Akofa. Please stand by me. Akofa is currently the Chief Risk Officer and a member of the Executive Committee of the Bank of Africa. She's also a non-executive director and chairperson and board of Savvy Securities. She has over 15 years experience in the banking industry, and her expertise include enterprise risk management, liquidity and investment management, financial and economic analysis, assets and liability management, and financial market. I could go on and on and on. Akofa, you're a powerhouse. Please introduce the powerhouse for us. Thank you.
Today, I see that the organizers have taken this a notch further, and we are going to have an award ceremony as well. Today, the woman I'm about to introduce is a big deal. A very big deal. And I'm so happy to introduce her to you. So she is Mrs. Abna Osei-Poku, the Managing Director for Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Mrs. Abna Osei-Poku is responsible for driving a positive transformation, having successfully led Barclays' transition from a 100-year-old brand and household name into a new brand, Absa. Now we can see Absa is a household name, and kudos to her. Abna is very passionate about colleague empowerment, client experience, and devolved leadership. And this has enabled the bank to be the most profitable bank in Ghana, even during the transition. Prior to this, she worked at Absa in South Africa as Managing Director responsible for the corporate and investment banking business in East and West Africa. Mrs. Osei-Poku has over 27 years of in-depth Pan-African experience from Standard Chartered Bank and Barclays Bank. She has held various leadership positions, including risk management, corporate governance, business management, strategy, client coverage, and change management. She also has broad board experience, having previously sat on boards in telecommunications, Airtel Mobile Money Limited, in banking, Barclays Bank, in commerce, United Kingdom, and the Ghana Chamber of Commerce, and the hospitality industry as well, with Country Kitchen Limited. She is currently the vice chair for the board of the Ghana Stock Exchange and chairperson of the advisory board of the College of Health Sciences, University of Ghana. In addition, she sits on the executive councils of the Ghana Association of Bankers and the National Banking College. She is an honorary member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers and an honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana. Abna Osei-Poku is an economist. She holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Ghana, an MBA Strategy and Finance from the Manchester Business School in the United Kingdom, and has attended various leadership and other programs. Welcome, worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Mrs. Abna Osei-Poku. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome, Abna.
Thank you. We try to do this on.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Akofa, and good morning. Good morning, ladies and the gentlemen that joined us.
So, as I said earlier, today is a very exciting day for me, having to interview Mrs. Osei-Poku.
Please call me Abna.
Abna. Thank you. And I must say that I also feel a very heavy burden. I know that this discussion will reach thousands of people globally because we are in a digital age. And a lot of people admire her and aspire to reach the heights that she has reached. And so I need to get out all the tips from her today. Don't you agree with me? So I'm going to try to do my best at that, by the grace of God. The first question I'll put to you, Abna. So globally, we know that when men come across as ambitious.
All right, so I think I'll start off, with a little bit of perhaps my story. So I'm the first of four girls, and growing up, my mother looked after her siblings, and my dad did not cease to remind me that my sisters were looking up to me. So I think that's when my leadership journey started. 1, unconsciously, 2, without the title, and 3, without the confidence, and 4, without the scrutiny. So, and I think most of us growing up, we learn and acquire a lot of leadership traits. And sometimes we just leave that at home when we are working, but I think we shouldn't. And that's why I mention this. So back to, my journey and how it started. So, and I think it's about 28 years now since I started working. No, since I became senior, I think. So I had just had my first child, came back to work, and the executive director of the firm that I worked for calls me and says, that I'm being moved to a department called GSAM. At the time, it was Group Special Asset Management. And for me, it was like the proverbial archives. So if you are from archives, I'm not talking you down at all. I'm just trying to let you see how I took it, because I was in the corporate bank at the time as an assistant relationship manager, and I was looking forward to becoming a relationship manager because all my reviews were good. You know, I go on maternity leave and come back and I'm told I'm being pushed. You know, not even sideways, but to my mind backwards. I was furious, you know, frustrated, disappointed. Obviously, a much younger version of myself, so very childish, you know, as well. So after sort of ranting and raving for a while, I spoke to my support team. My support team starts from God, my husband, my mother, my sisters. You know, at the time, my dad was also alive, so my dad as well. And they all kept saying that, oh, it's okay, you know, you never know. My mother is super prayerful. Oh, God always has a way out. I'm thinking, this isn't the way. You know, my husband also thinks that, you know, in life, these things happen, you get over it. But I think after the initial setback, I immediately realized that it was an opportunity to shine. And I think our ladies who spoke mentioned that, because I immediately switched from being grumpy to seeing it as an opportunity to shine. So that's what I did. I learned, you know, generally I'm relentlessly curious, so I learn a lot. Secondly, I actually have no issues calling anybody to teach me something. It doesn't matter what the thing is. Recently, I've told the gentleman I'm going to be taking some time off and spend a week in his office. And he's like, he can't let me come. And I said, I will come. You know, because he has something that I need to learn, you know, regardless of what he does. So back to the story. So the learning, the seeing it as an opportunity, and then I decided to work with the team, you know, so be stand out. You know, you stand out. You're not just there. I think my namesake, Abna, spoke about capacity and confidence. For me, in addition to that, is commitment, collaboration, and contribution. Because if you do those five, it doesn't matter who's looking at you. Because you really, even the naysayers are going to start thinking, my God, this one is different, whatever that means. You know, so that was the stance I took. And I decided to also learn to work better with my line managers. You know, it's one thing working well with your peers. It's another thing working with those that report to you. It's another thing working with those that you report to. So I learned to do all of that and to manage all the various stakeholders that I had. I was not interested in where I'd been put. I think that's a very important. I'd been assigned to a role that I had zero interest. So far as I was concerned, it was not doing anything for my career. But God always has a plan when you serve him, you know. And later in life, I realized that was one of the best things that happened to me. Having said that, in 6 months, I was promoted to head that team in Ghana. And within 12 months, I was promoted to head the team in West and Central Africa. So at that time, I became a big woman. And all my other friends who were, you know, when I came back from maternity leave, there's this gentleman I love to bits. He's also a CEO today, but I'll mention his name. And when I came back and this happened, I was talking to him and he said, oh, Abna, opa niya say. I'm sure he thought he was encouraging me. But for me, he was just, you know, confirming what I thought, that I'd been cyanide because I'd had a baby. But later I realized that that wasn't the issue. There was a very senior person in the group who had been to Ghana once and had identified me as a prospective leader and therefore thought that I don't have risk management experience and so put me in this team so I can learn that. But you see, because we don't communicate very effectively, I didn't know. So imagine if I'd left. By the way, I threatened to leave. Thank God I didn't leave, you know, because in the long run, I think it's one of the things that has helped me most in life. So for me, I'm always looking for lessons, you know, and one is no matter where you find yourself, make sure that you respond positively. Even if you don't like what has happened to you, your response makes all the difference. Secondly, you have to work hard. Hard work pays off. You know, you've got to contribute. Even everybody should be like, wow, this person is making a difference here. Thirdly, build other people up. Success is a team effort. Only you can shine. It won't take you anywhere. You better help others and bring them along. And fourthly, you train others, and you're humble. You ask for advice. And overall, even on a bad day, you realize that it's not as bad because you're working towards a goal and with a purpose. In my case, I decided that even though I didn't like where I'd been put, I was going to shine, thinking that if I did, something good would come out of it. Eventually it did. Thank you.
Wow. Such an interesting journey. Lots and lots of takeaways here for me to see every opportunity as an opportunity to shine. So whether you're a street cleaner or you're the CEO, do it to the very best of your ability and give yourself that opportunity to shine and take the learnings out of every journey. Thank you, Abna. Next, I would like to know, you've said a lot already about what your journey has been, how you've reached the heights you have attained so far. But can you tell us what is that secret? Is there a secret recipe to get into CEO, C-suite level, or what has been that defining moment for you, that crucible moment for you?
Thank you, Kofa. It's a very interesting question, this one. Generally, not career related. I think, success is not a mystery. I think the earlier panel spoke about some elements having a vision, a purpose, a plan, working for it, being prepared, to take the opportunity. Opportunity is not going to wait, for you when it comes knocking at the door. And we never know when it's going to come, right? So maybe the best way to illustrate this is to use a story. I like stories. Then it's easier for me to sort of communicate to you. So about now 9 years ago, maybe, I was invited to be assessed for country MD, country CEO at Barclays Bank where I work. And the initial is a process. So the initial one was an assessment. I didn't even know I had to prepare for the assessment. So I just went in without any preparation. God knows what my results were. And then thankfully I still passed. And then I was flown to South Africa to have an interview, or the first set of the interviews. So I get to SA. By the way, there were 3 of us who were invited to be assessed to be CEO MD. My ex-managing director, Patience, who obviously got the role, a gentleman whose name I can't mention because like me, he didn't get the role, and myself. So anyway, I go to SA, sit in front of this Africa Regional HR Director and another lady who was taking the notes. I don't remember what her role was. So this gentleman, he was a British guy. He starts off questioning me. I try and answer. I'm under no pressure, by the way. And then in about 20 minutes, it's supposed to be an hour, he says, Abna, I don't think you're cut out for the CEO role. I think you're really top talent, but I would recommend that you seek broader roles in the CIB or the Corporate and Investment Bank unit. Okay, so at this stage, I think my face just falls. I'm like, this is disappointing, And the only thing I remember he said was, I have to learn to lead myself, to lead others, and then I'll lead leaders. And I was thinking, of course I'm leading myself, that's why I'm sitting here. Secondly, I ran the Corporate and Investment Bank in Ghana. God, I'm leading other people. But then that sentence never left me. So as usual, I call my support system, they encourage me, but I'm quite sad. Not sad just because I didn't get the role, but sad because he made me realize that I was nowhere near. It was almost like it was a mistake to have been shortlisted, was how he made me feel. So I left and I told myself, after the shock, when I flew back, I said, I'm going to do my own analysis. I said my own gap analysis, do my own due diligence. You know all the things you do for work, you've got to do it for yourself. So I found people that I know are very candid in feedback. And this is not a performance development, so they're not trying to help me so I get a bonus, if you know what I mean. So they are candid. So I have these conversations with them to try and understand what I'm good at, what they think I'm not so good at, what I need to change. And I did this, I chose about 5 people, different levels, some senior, some my peers, some junior. And eventually, when I got all that feedback, I did a number of things. One, I realized there were some very low-hanging fruit, some things I could change quickly. Second, there were some things I needed help on. As an example, I had to get a coach. So I got a coach. You know, I paid for a coach, some guy in the UK. I paid for a coach. And then I also got, I probably say a mentor, right, to the earlier conversation, even though I don't think we had more than 2 discussions, and none of them was more than 10 minutes, but they were very useful to me. And I chose 2 mentors, 2 people, one who had been a corporate and investment banker before but had become CEO, and the other who was a woman. The other guy was a man. The other was a woman, you know, who I met at some conference, and I spoke to her, and she was so willing. I mean, I even thought she was unapproachable. But actually, when I approached her, she was like, oh, wow, I'd like to help you, blah, blah, blah. So we got chatting, and we had only 2 conversations, but they were very useful. But the 2 things that I learned from this, you know, and some of the feedback can be tough. So you don't ask for feedback if you are not ready, you know, because some of them, you probably be upset, you know, and some you're thinking, how can this be feedback? I remember for me, 2 of the ones I found both annoying and funny at the same time was one that said, I look too young, and the other that said, I look too put together. I didn't even know how those 2 could be minuses. So to address the first one, I decided to be even nicer than I was, right? So I'd go out of my way to be nice to everybody and to be more friendly, which has helped me eventually now. Then the second one, to address the youthfulness and to put together one, I started wearing these bad weaves. So I look older. So actually, when I look at when I became CEO of Barclays, the picture was a very bad picture. Some old, very unflattering, you know, grandmother-like wig. Because I didn't want anybody to say that, oh, the girl is so young and is going to be looking after Barclays. So later when I saw the picture, I said, oh my God, I shouldn't have done this. You know, because it's not about how you look. You see, that I think we should never focus on that, right? Do what you want as long as it's decent. But at the time, because I'd received those feedback before, I did not want that to be a minus. So I was like, bad weave, here I come, so I can look old. And then there's no issue around Abna can do the job. Because technically, professionally, everything, I'd gotten the job, right? I went through 8 assessments, and I did well in those. But why do I tell the story? Because it means whilst I wasn't ready 9 years ago, 3.5 years ago, when the role came, I had prepared. I had moved. You know, there were times that I went for like I said, it was 8 assessments. One, I mean, there's so much I can say since most of you I can see are recording. But the feedback I got was like, wow, you really know what you're about. The same person who had been told that she couldn't do the job. So I think it's about knowing what you want and not giving up. You may not be ready today, doesn't mean you'll not be ready in a few years' time. As part of that preparation as well, to my joy, I also got 2 CEO roles, 2 local banks here, both of which one I accepted, later I turned it down. The other I accepted, but later I turned it down. And 2 others where I was runner-up. So preparation really works. You know, so don't let anybody tell you that you can't achieve, you know, whatever your ambition is, because it's possible. But it means you've got to make some amendments. you've got to learn and learn, relearn, everything. And when you do that, the sky is the limit. You can be who God has created you to be, and what you've been yearning to be all these years. Thanks, Akofa.
Thank you so much, Abena. Very deep and insightful tips you're giving us today. So you've really shared what we need to do to get to that CEO level. I think this is very clear. We should have our purpose and our vision. We should lead ourselves first, lead others, and be ready to lead leaders. And we should be very intentional about our progress. We should do our gap analysis and know where our weaknesses are, where our strengths are, and make conscious effort, invest. So she had to pay for a coach in the UK, and we should do that. We should be ready to invest in ourselves, take that course, do what it takes to get to that level. So Abena, you have said a lot about tips for career success already. There are a lot of young people here. I would like you to tell us practically in the finance and banking industry or finance investment banking industry, what does success look like and what do you need to do to be successful?
Now I'm chairperson for the stock exchange, and before I got that opportunity, when I was nominated, even me, and I think I'm very confident, the first thing was, shouldn't I go to somebody else? Can you imagine? So I think women need to encourage one another, and that's why being deliberate and intentional for me now is critical. So in the organization I work at, we have a women's network forum where we try and get the ladies from the most junior to the most senior to recognize that all the things we've spoken about, investing in yourself, blah, 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 networking, hard work, learning, but also put your hand up. It's not a big deal that you were not even shortlisted. Neither is it a big deal that you interviewed and didn't get the job. It's not a marriage. Nobody has left you. It's not even a divorce. So we have to do that. Please put your hand up. Because if you don't go for those interviews, how are you going to even prepare yourself? You should thank God you were shortlisted first of all. Not everybody was shortlisted. So we have to be deliberate. I mean, I think I have realized now more than ever that a lot more women need somebody to hold their hand. Not because they are not good. They just need that support. So if there's one thing you remember from everything, please find one person and support them. I can't count how many people are here, but if each one of us supports one person, that'll be changing close to 100+ lives. And I think that will be impactful.
Wow. Thank you so much, Abena. We have really enjoyed this session. I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to agree to do this. I know I follow you on social media, so I see that you're doing a lot of this already, mentoring other young people, even through your organization, the initiatives that you have. So thank you so much for this. Thank you for taking time off to be with us here today. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Akofa, and thank you to all of you as well. I've also enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the panel very well because I came in just at that time. But thank you all, and let's keep supporting one another. And if you send messages and we haven't come back, please send again.
Wow, wow, wow. Please do it louder for them. Louder for Abena and Akofa. Cool. So keep clapping. But before you step off the stage, just one exercise. We are all going to undertake one simple exercise, something Mrs. Abena has just told us to do. Put your hand up. All of you. Some are still down. Even here, some are still down. Up. Higher. I can't see. Higher. Higher. All right, get up and let me see your hands up. Higher. So that is the message from this summit. Put your hands up. You are good enough. Those who are up there aren't better than you. Just make sure your hand is up. And please let it stay there. You may sit down, but let your hand stay up. All right, thank you very much. We are extremely grateful. Extremely grateful. My very good friend works with you, Reina, my friend from high school, and she is always full of praise of her boss. She tells you Abraham can walk on fire, she walks on water, she has wings, she can fly. And now I know why. So I'll call Reina and tell her, oh, finally, I met your boss, and she is extraordinary. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her once again. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So very soon, we will be taking a second break. But like Abena rightly said, we need support systems. We need to work together to achieve our goals. You can't do it alone. You need help. And that is why we've put together our young lady, all the way from Mauritius, has established a network that is empowering women, bringing them together to achieve their goals individually, but then in a group. So everybody has her goal, but we're coming together to help everybody achieve that goal. So in a jiffy, I'll introduce the founder of WIFIS, Women in Finance and Investment. She will come up here, and as you can see, they are part of the host of this particular program, Women in Finance and Investment Network. It's a network, a global network, bringing women together, women in the finance and investment industry together to help each other learn and progress. But before I do that, these companies have been very helpful, and some of them are not sponsors, but they've sent their representatives to this particular program, and that is what has contributed to the success of the program. Access Pension Trust Limited, Nimet Capital, Service Securities, Bank of Africa, Fidelity Bank, Octane DC Limited, UBA Ghana, Omni Basic Bank, KK Insurance Brokers, Investcorp, NIBS, Legacy Fund Management, Metropolitan Pensions Trust, Bank of Ghana, Consolidated Bank of Ghana, CGI Institute, Enterprise Life, Women in Finance and Investment Network. A round of applause for all of them. So this program is put together and hosted by the CGI Institute, CGI Network Ghana, Women in Finance and Investment Network. A round of applause for our host as well. So at this juncture, I have the honor to invite the founder of the Women in Finance and Investment Network to give us a brief presentation. Ayushi Deshita. A round of applause for her. All right.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is great to see all of you here. Thank you for coming. We are privileged to have these amazing ladies. I loved listening to you as you did your presentations and you shared your insights. So, as introduced earlier, I am Ms. Dikshita. I'm the founding president of the Women in Finance and Investment Network. And I would say that the to-dos from the message of the Deputy Governor of Bank of Ghana, the to-dos that she said is why we exist. I started WIFIS because I believe that we need a place where women can come together, support each other, and exchange ideas together to take actions and bridge the generational gap that we've been talking about in the finance and investment space. Well, it is known globally. We've heard numbers already that there is an underrepresentation of women in the finance and investment space. KK, where the representatives of KK? Okay. Insurance. Women in insurance, we are underrepresented. Finance, investment, pensions, we are underrepresented, and we, an organization, we've come on board to address this underrepresentation. We know that diversification is a core principle in investing. However, we found that our money managers have not applied it to their own ranks, and only around 10% of portfolio managers today are females around the world. So if we are looking at leadership roles globally, right, we find that women represent only 12% of CFOs in large firms, 34% of CFOs in mid-cap firms. Women's global share of board of directors in major financial services is approximately 23%. Women account for only 13% of CEOs globally. In venture capital and private equity, women occupy 9% and 6% respectively. This is according to a report by the Harvard Business Review. Now, if we look at Africa, as per the Boardroom Africa 2020 report, the percentage of female CEOs, or MDs, make up only 8% as compared to the males, 92%. In Africa, women make up around 15% of CEOs and 13% of CFOs on listed boards. Well, numbers speaks differently, isn't that correct? At WIFIN, we aim to address this very underrepresentation, this gender gap, with a keen interest in Africa and Asia. I do feel a lot of times that our diversity efforts are focused on the C-suites or executive levels or getting women at the top. But the problem is that if we have 75 men and 25 women at the first manager level, well, right there, we've lost the battle. Because they are the people that will be, moved to the executive positions. So it shouldn't be, right? So we need to focus on top leadership. And to do that, we have to go younger, earlier on their careers, and focus on that probably missing or broken step and address to that. With a global network of women in the, yes? Okay, I'm sorry. Is that better now? Okay. To build credibility, we strongly believe that we will motivate the next generation of talent to aspire to such roles. We've seen incredible ladies present amongst us today. So today, I would like to say that together, we can accelerate the growth and raise more women leaders, empower these women, and eventually build a strong interconnectivity in the finance ecosystem. The Women in Finance and Investment Network's Global Advisory Board consists of astute individuals of the like of Ms. Katrina Dudley, the Senior Vice President, Portfolio Manager, and Investment Strategist at Franklin Templeton Investment, Ms. Rebecca Sin, ETF Analyst at Bloomberg, Ms. Winnie Cutter, Head of Market Structure for EII Markets and Investment at BlackRock, Ms. Inès de Dineshine, Chairwoman of the Financial Education Commission at AFG France, and Mrs. Vahangwele Manavela, Partner and Head of ESG at iQualitas Capital. Our board have impressive portfolio of experience, and skills to influence and shape the finance and investment profession. We also have an incredibly diverse and dedicated young team of young women from various ethnicity, race, color, and of course nationality, and they are doing great work in their respective chapters. Now, speaking of chapters, WIFIN has also now expanded through its current members to several chapters in Africa and the Asia-Pacific region, including countries such as Australia, India, Hong Kong, Mauritius, Ghana, South Africa, Botswana, and Kenya, whereby our members get the opportunity to network with professionals from other global institutions across the globe. In line with our vision and mission, WIFIN, in partnership with the CGIA Institute, has introduced a merit-based scholarship scheme for its members around the world. The scholarship is offered both in full and partial for our members who wish to enroll in the charter program. In Ghana, in particular, we have recently signed a landmark MOU with the Noble International Business School, where WIFIN members who wish to enroll in doctoral programs, PhDs, or executive MBAs at the institution will benefit from scholarships. As you're aware of, the Noble International Business School is a private boutique business school in Ghana. It was founded to make a difference with a new kind of educational model designed to meet the needs of executives, employees, and employers in West Africa. At WIFIN, we also facilitate regular workshops, capacity building programs for our members across all levels to enable them to build career ambitions, to build relevant skills, such as understanding the use of financial software or interpreting data analytics, or understanding financial concepts that are required to succeed in this industry. We have also well-structured programs, both virtual and physical, that engages our members throughout the year, enhancing the professional capacities of members to network at various gatherings, be it local, regional, or global levels. We are also seeking to partner with organizations to create internships and full-time job opportunities for our members to benefit from. So this is a call to all the representatives here amongst us today, all the representatives of the various companies here in Ghana. Be involved. Be part of our movement of raising more women leaders in this industry. Be champions of diversity and inclusion, and be the change makers needed for an equitable future for Africa. As the president of this network, it is my duty to reiterate this fact that WIFIN exists to become a complementary voice to all other institutions and women networks that are sharing the same goal as us, so that our voices are amplified and we're able to broaden the conversations around diversity and inclusion. And I want that our voices become so loud that it cannot be unheard. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I will encourage and invite all of you, both the men and the women present here today, to become part of this movement. We're all gathered at the Women in Finance and Investment Summit in Ghana, and it is really great to see a room full of women. So I urge you, be part of the movement. Like you said, be focused about what you want. The ladies here, be part and invest in yourself. That's what I have to say to you. So the companies as well, let's partner together and bring your staffs, your female staffs, and let's share this work of diversity and inclusion. So together, I would say let's shape the future of the finance and investment management industry. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. That was awesome. Thank you, Ayishi.
Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome, dear. Thank you very much. So I'll encourage you all to make sure you join you register and join the WIFIS so we keep the movement going. I'm so proud of you all. You've stayed here from the beginning to this juncture where we take a break for lunch. But a round of applause for ourselves for being here, for being present. I mean, I see you nodding your heads, taking note, listening, laughing, contributing, and I think you're all present here. So thank you very much. At this juncture, you take a lunch break.
We say again, thank you. So we'd say thank you to our host, that is CGIA Institute, CGIA Network Ghana, and the Women in Finance and Investments Network. They are our host. I believe they have done very well. They've catered for us since morning. Please clap for them. They've done a great job moving up and down. Paul hasn't rested since we started. He's running up and down. Gifty is doing same. The rest of the team is also doing same. Thank you so much to the host. We appreciate you a lot. We move into the next session. I'll introduce a powerhouse who will also introduce a powerhouse. How about that? Today, man, you know, the nuggets coming today are so serious. And from the beginning, I told you that we'll be having discussions about women. One, diversity, inclusion, finance, and investment management. And you'd agree with me that what we have absorbed since morning, I'm not sure it's being taught in the universities. Is it? It is never taught in the universities. Well, some of them you have to learn on the job. Others do, you have to learn on your own. But thankfully, we have senior powerhouses amongst us that we have to learn from them. As the young ones, we are trying to climb, we are climbing the corporate ladder, not trying, we are. And our hands will always be up, right? Our hands is up. But I also say some things. Go and lobby for jobs. Go to the HRs. Go to your GM. Ask him for 5 minutes. Tell him that this position, I want it. As I said, let him give you 6 months, 3 months. Prove yourself so that we all, get to that ladder. We need to occupy the boardroom. Secretaries, we are tired of it. We need to be on the table to make decisions. So I will introduce a powerhouse. In fact, I just said hello to her, and the voice is a powerhouse. Trust me, when she comes, she would understand. She's in the person of Mavis Bosman, who is currently the head of capital markets at Guaranteed Trust Bank. You see, they are clapping. She's a powerhouse. She's responsible for building the right portfolio mixed and managing the bank's investment portfolio in line with sustainable objectives to obtain optimal results. She oversees the management and financial performance of the trading team. She has a strong interest in green finance and has successfully initiated and implemented sustainable investment policies in her institution. I don't want to go further. In my language, we will say major and half. Not about Bosodo. And now when she comes, you know that she's a full powerhouse. Mavis, please walk up stage. Give it up for her.
Thank you very much, Wilhelmina, for that introduction. I'm Mavis. Today, this section involves another powerhouse, or a senior powerhouse, in the person of, no, I won't mention the name. Last year, after 30 years of the Ghana Stock Exchange existence, they realized that it was time for us to move from a frontier market to an emerging market, and we needed not just an ordinary human being, but someone who has been on the market for quite some time and has the needed expertise and build the credibility to push that agenda. For being on the market for 20 years, capital markets for 20 years,
having started being the founder of Baobab Finance House. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Deputy Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange, Ms. Abuna Amoa. Oh, you can clap loudly. She likes fans. If you don't give her fans, she won't come. Yeah. Miss Abuna Amoa, you are welcome with us this afternoon. Thank you. You can have a seat. Let me sit here so that I can quiz you better. All right. We are dissecting the topic or having a conversation about upholding balance and then building a robust pipeline for future female leaders in the financial market space. And there is none to have this conversation with than the highly esteemed Ms. Abuna Amoa. You are welcome once again, madam.
Good afternoon, Mavis, boss lady, boss man. I've just inserted a middle name to her. I see she's Opoku bossman.
Yes.
But since she's a lady, she is my boss lady. So good afternoon, boss lady, and good afternoon to all of you beautiful sisters. And Gifty, where is Gifty? There she is. Everyone give Gifty a big round of applause. Gifty is the definition of tenacity. Of I don't take no for an answer. So thank you, Gifty, and the honor you and CGIA have done to me this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. You are welcome once again, madam. So we will just dive straight into our topic for this afternoon. Upholding balance, building a robust pipeline of future female leaders. And we all know the balance we are talking about because we've been at it since morning. Before we start, can you please give us a brief description of your journey through the male-dominated finance world? I tried, but I couldn't do enough justice. So if you could please just give us a brief description of who you are. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to see how many Abners are in this room. Please stand up, Abners. Where are all the Abners? And the Kwabners as well. There you are. I predict for all of you more panel discussions in your future.
Amen.
The last panel had an Abna. The one to that had an Abna. And here I am again, another Abna. We will talk on panels. My journey in finance was accidental. Absolutely accidental. I grew up watching TV and I think I fell in love with the legal profession because I watched some of these court drama things and I was like, oh, it looks so glamorous. I want to be a lawyer. Okay. I went to school. I went to St. Rose's Secondary School, the best school. Yeah, there's another one over there. It was a very interesting education at St. Rose's. We're an all-girls school, 400 of us from Form 1 to Upper 6, run by German nuns, and we were raised to think that we could do anything we wanted to do. Okay. There was no difference in any way. Nothing your sex determined that you couldn't do. If you had the interest, if you wanted to pursue that, if you're willing to study that, you're open to do that. Okay. We did our A-levels, the results came out. I got some of the best results ever. And in those days, the best students automatically in the arts went to the business school. I wanted to go to the law school. My parents called me, my uncles called me. My cousin is sitting here, her dad and my dad together tag-teamed me. Even though he was a lawyer, they said, you're going to the business school.
Okay.
And I was like, but I want to be a lawyer. No way. So I ended up in the business school. I was muddling through. But the first time ever, I attended that business school, School of Admin, and for the first time ever in my life, there was an accounting lecturer that came into the class, and his first words were, there are 120 of you here, all the girls, pair up with the guys, you're going to suffer in this subject. Those were his words.
Interesting.
And I just looked at this man, and I could not understand why my sex determined that I was going to struggle in accounting. There were 5 of the 20 girls, 5 of us were from St. Rose's.
Okay.
The guys in the school, of course, also had somehow gotten a hold of the girls' graduation scores from the A levels, and determined that they would form their own study groups and invite selectively those that they thought were super brainy.
Yeah.
So I just talked to my girlfriends and said, let's form our own study group. So we were challenged that we weren't good enough only because of our sex by someone who knew nothing about us. Yeah. We were challenged by our own classmates who knew nothing about us other than our scores from A level, and were told essentially we weren't good enough. So we grouped together and we did our own thing. The first business maths exams that came up, the first best performers, the first, I think, 7 top grades were all female. The accounting tests that came out, the first top 7 were all female. And then, of course, to cut a long story short, when I graduated university, I was ranked the best performing student in my year. Many of us go on our knees every day and we pray to God to take away challenges from our lives. It's the wrong attitude. We should welcome challenges. Life is full of challenges. We should pray for the grace to deal with challenges. I was challenged. I took that challenge and became a serious student. I took that challenge and decided to go to the library and put in a bit more effort. I took that challenge to seek other people's help, seek help from other women, seek help from other students, and try and understand the subject. It wasn't an easy subject, of course, but it didn't mean that I couldn't do it only because of my sex. I took that challenge and put in a little bit more. And from putting in a little bit more, all those people that challenged me helped me to do better. I did not pray it away. I found a way to grow from that. So let's accept challenges. Challenges are there to provide us with growth opportunities. We are Christians, we are religious people, we can't pray them away. It is grace to come up with tools to solve them and grow from that. So that is how I ended up in the business school and graduated top of it. When I left school, I was very confused about what to do next. When we were leaving school, I'd realized that I hadn't seen Ghana. So together with 3 girlfriends, we planned to travel to the 3 northern regions. Spent 3 weeks, no one in any of them. Just go and visit the 3 northern regions. I don't know what happened, but they chickened out of it. And I was left alone. And I told my parents that I wanted to go and see Upper East, Upper West, and Northern region. And they thought I was crazy. I went to OSA Transport, bought tickets, and started my journey up north, going to secondary schools that were on vacation then, asking to sleep in the dormitories, and just touring the 3 northern regions. I was on the road for 3 weeks,
knowing no one, but having the best time of my life, meeting real Ghanaians, experiencing Ghanaian hospitality at the most, I have no words for it. People who had nothing. Okay. You know, outside of Accra back then, they'll tell you that, oh, a certain place is just, you know, it's just around the corner. Yeah. And for me, just around the corner was a 5-minute walk. Okay. And just around the corner actually was a 7-kilometer walk on a path that I had no idea. I stopped at Larabanga and I was going to Mole National Park. And they told me, oh, it's just there. And I was walking and the sun was hot and I was seeing animal prints. And I'm like, a lion is going to eat me. And I'm seeing mirages, and it just goes on and on. And these people that had nothing, they would say, come and sleep with us in our hut, and I'll take up these offers. So I came down to Accra. I didn't have a job. A girlfriend called me and said, I've just met this man. He has come from America. He started a new business, a brokerage firm. And I think you'd love working with this person. So come and talk to him. And that person he's now called Togbe Afede. I went there on a Tuesday. The meeting was at 3 p.m. Ended up talking till 6 p.m. And the very next day at 7 p.m. I started work at SAS. Wow. So it just happened to me, completely accidental, and started work at a startup, essentially what was a startup business. Yeah. When I just graduated top of my class, my parents, as usual, had the ideas of me going to the KPMGs, the Unilevers, the banks of the world. And then I showed up at home and I said, I'm going to a company called SAS. And they're like, what is that? And I'm like, oh, our office is on the Ring Road next to bus stop, next to that disco. How many staff work there? I'm like, oh, it's the founder and the receptionist and the trader, and I'll be the fourth person. What? And, oh, but I love what they are trying to do. You're crazy. Again, my uncle was called to speak sense to me, and thankfully I'm stubborn, so I didn't listen this time. So that has been my journey. It's completely accidental, but it's been the best journey of my life. For me, the second lesson is nothing is too small for you. Nothing is too small for you. Many of us, when we dream of our dream job, it must come with a car, and not just any car. You know, the key that you can twirl, and everyone is looking at you and being jealous of you. It must come with a corner office. It must be glamorous. Your office must be in a glass building. You know, for many of us, that's our aspiration, and it's great. But for me, the lesson is in, so you have all of that. What are you doing with it? The substance of what it is that you want to do. What is it that I heard that made me say, this is what I want to do? The story I heard was very simple. That Ghanaians are unable to save, to invest, and to have financial security. And we want to change this. That was the story I heard. Okay. I want to change and bring financial security to Ghanaians. And for me, it was like a calling. Because I'd seen, I was raised below average income family. I'd seen the effects around where I was raised of people that couldn't afford to eat, that couldn't afford to send their children to school, My school at St. Rose's, they did everything to level everyone. You couldn't tell the difference between a rich person and a poor person. And yet, there were still a few people that you knew instinctively that despite the size of everyone having, the fact that everyone had the same size locker, and which was, maybe you see the box that A4 paper comes in.
Yeah.
Everyone in the school had just that locker to keep food in. You could put in 1 olunka of gari, 1 bottle of shito, 12 tins of milk, 12 tins of sardine, and it was full. You didn't keep food anywhere else. And yet, there were people that would struggle to have 1 tin of sardine in that locker box. So that calling, something to eradicate poverty, to create financial security for every Ghanaian, I was like, sign me up. Wow. That is a passion. So the trimmings didn't matter. And that was what my calling was. And that is why I sit here today.
Interesting. You found a purpose out of a challenge, and you are still running with it. At the start of your conversation, you spoke about the words your lecturer spoke. The ladies should pair up with the men because they were going to struggle. And even now, it is still prevalent in our part of the industry where the males are dominating. We talk about balance all the time, but is there really balance? We talk about upholding balance. Have we put the right structures in place in the Ghanaian financial space to create this balance that we so crave as women, to create that balance that we so talking about all the time? Are the right structures in place?
I think we've made some gains, for sure. When I entered business school, there were, as I said, 100 males, 120 females. The last admissions criteria from University of Ghana, I think for the 2020-2021 academic year, 49.5% of the 15,000 students admitted were female, and the rest were male. So, and I think the statistic cuts across the other tertiary institutions, at least for the first degree side. There may be differences, of course, in definitely STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, etc. There will be definitely differences there, but overall, we are seeing that some of the investments we've made about getting girl children into school is beginning to bear fruit at the tertiary level. So we are getting parity there. So that's one step. I've also had the privilege of serving on a few boards, such as Access Bank board. And at the Access Bank team, what I realized was that at the entry level, up to about 10 years of a professional's life in that bank, actually the women slightly outnumber the men. So up to just below middle management, the women slightly outnumber the men. In fact, at the entry level, the women are about 60%. Okay. As it goes to mid-level, it's going to about 52% women, and then after that. Once you get above mid-level management, there's a significant drop. And then, of course, by the time you get to the boardroom, you get to the C-suite, CEO, chief finance officer, etc. Significant minority, and then boardroom even more. So I think the bottom is getting better. Mm-hmm. There are clear obstacles why the middle is falling behind, and it's from that middle that carries on. So women's advancement has become a pyramid. Okay. We've grown the bottom to be bigger. We're yet to tackle more of the issues that instead of having a very steep pyramid, we are aiming to have a cylindrical shape where men and women equally have the opportunity, have the rights, have the recognition to grow and work together in partnership as collaborators to advance these organizations, because the case for diversity is not even being made anymore. It's completely accepted. Study after study after study proves that diversified companies, diversified tables, always make much, much better decisions than the other angles. So I think some of the work needs to be done, and it's around that following my appointment at the Ghana Stock Exchange, I made sure we partnered with the Boardroom Africa to begin to study this dynamic, So last year, for the first time, the Ghana Stock Exchange partnered with the Boardroom Africa and studied this dynamic on the listed companies on the GSC, came out with a great report. We just launched our 2021 report, which indicates a slight improvement over 2020. It's small, but we celebrate every small step. And the focus for us for next year is coming up with programs that deliberately target that upper middle level roles up to the board level roles, and see how we can work with the companies themselves to improve. Ghana, I must say, I'm proud in Africa. We are one of the shinier examples, even compared to the global stage. About 30% of our listed companies have already achieved the 30% women in the boardroom. When I was on the Access Bank board, I was the only woman at a point. By the time I left that board, there were 3 women on the board. So for me, it's getting through that door. And once you get through that door, what you can do to change and influence things can then follow on.
All right, thank you. I'm sure most of us here are at certain points in our careers, and we've hit a snag. Like you rightly said, at the base of the pyramid, there are a lot of women. When you come to the middle management, it begins to thin out. And when you get to the top level management, it's mostly non-existent. And even those on boards are mostly on boards as corporate secretaries. Is it that the only thing women can do is to be of help to the man? We know that God said the woman is to help the man, but is it supposed to be very glaring in all situations and in all circumstances? And what can we, who have in some way hit a snag in a middle level career or come to some sort of a standstill due to other biological functions we have as a woman, as women, hit a snag in our career, stuck in middle management or stuck just at the bottom of the pyramid and unable to advance to the top?
There are a few strategies, and I think a little bit about what you said about the account of the woman as a helper. It sounds like that accounting professor of mine wrote that story. But there are a few strategies that I would say work best. One is our networks. I was just telling you, Doris came to introduce herself and said how proud you were when my announcement came out last year. That had been appointed to the Ghana Stock Exchange. But I almost did not get that job. It may come as a surprise to many of you here. People think Abnamwa has proven herself in the industry. She's intelligent. She's this. So I'm a shoe-in. I almost did not get that job. In fact, I did not get that job. There was a recommendation made that I was the wrong candidate for that job. And it was determined, and it was fine. And it was done.
Wow. What changed?
Let that sink in. You all sit out there and you think I'm special, I'm wonderful, I'm a finance guru. A group determined I wasn't good enough to be in that position. Because they did not just know me from afar. They had experienced my work over a very long period. They had experienced how I'd networked with them. They had experienced how I'd suggested solutions to them. They had experienced how, if there was tiring work to be done, or dirty work to be done, or the work no one wanted to do, I would raise my hand up. I would scream and shout. I will say, I want to do it. And so they spoke up and said, no, that's not the abnormal we know.
Okay.
That's not the abnormal we know. So invest in your network. Invest in your school, old student associations. There's so much thankless work we do in those places. So much thankless work. No one wants to do it. Give your time. In your church networks. Build that network. Let there be, it's not enough to have a mentor. It's important to have a sponsor. Someone who, when you are not at the table, can speak up for you. But when they are speaking up for you, it means that at that level, they will put their head on the table for you. They are ready to have their head chopped off for you. And once you have people like that, you know the pressure on you is at another level. You've got to deliver.
Yeah.
And so, for me, that network is everything. And that network comes through other ways. How many of us share our professional opinions in write-ups? How many of us contribute to newspapers, radio programs? We are all finance and investment professionals here. Susie sits here. I take delight in reading the papers and seeing who is writing, who is educating our masses about finance and investment. Yeah. And then I take a picture and I say, Susie, please tell Kojo that this story he wrote is so great. I take a picture. Sometimes I call her staff and say, well done for writing about this matter. And she'll call me and say, you didn't even call me. I said, no, I know you've done, but your staff I want to celebrate.
Yeah.
So we are all here. How many of us have blogs? So that's the first thing. When the radio stations call and they say they can't find women to educate and talk about economics and investments and finance, are we standing up?
Yes.
We need more. That is another way of getting noticed. We need more and more and more and more. Because currently, there aren't enough of us doing it. So for me, getting noticed, and it's not even getting noticed. If you have, remember what I said my calling was. My calling was to make sure that everybody had a secure financial future. That's my calling. It's as simple as that. My gardener at home must have an investment scheme. His salary, I will scream and shout, you must save X percentage of your money, and this is the investment fund you should put it in. And as every IPO is going on or a treasury bill is, you're buying it. That is the micro level. You can't get in the lift with me without me asking you, have you bought some shares this week? That is my calling. So because I have that personal calling, my aim is to make sure everyone knows about it. I want to educate everyone. So it's not a job for me. That is why I did the financial education. In spite of, I come and sit here on these panels, and many of you don't know that I'm an introvert. My idea of a perfect day is at home with the blinds all closed, and I'm in bed reading, doing whatever. No one should talk to me. But I gather my thoughts, I come and sit here, all of these eyes, God, why are they all looking at me? But I have to talk, because my calling means that I must speak with people, and I must educate people, and I must convince people that do investments, have an investment program. This is the way to enhance your financial security. So that's why I do what I do. These little things, once you found your calling, you'll be like Paul. You know, Saul, for those of us Christians, Peter was Jesus' chosen man, right? Jesus' chosen man was Peter. He was to lead the church. But where would Christianity be without Saul? Saul, who was busy killing early Christians. When he met his match on the way to Damascus, half of the Bible is written by Paul. His letters, the New Testament, is him. You could not keep Paul quiet about his love for Christ. The Christian church is what it is because of Paul's utter commitment to what he wanted to do. So find that if we are here and we are women in finance and we are women in investment, and we are fortunate to live in a country that has a glaring problem. Businesses need money. Businesses need capital. Every single survey, number one challenge is access to capital. Many of our people are poor, have little financial literacy. Two glaring problems that we don't need studies to even tell us about. How are we taking this up as a religion and using every tool we have to solve these two problems? That is the challenge for us, and that requires us speaking up. Those of us that are shy like me, put it aside, speak up endlessly, write about it, say I will do it. It's not for us, it's for the people that we serve.
Thank you. Speaking up, lifting up our hands and saying I'll do it, and doing all the dirty work. You spoke about how 5 men spoke for you because they knew your work and they knew your worth. There is some sense of a false balance because most companies want to have a female representative on their board just for the sake of it. This balance we are talking about, do we need to have a false balance or a merit-based ensure that the balance that we are fighting for, we actually merit it?
I think the issue of tokenism is real. The token woman at the table. And it's very simple, having had the opportunity to sit at that table with a lot of men in a lot of diversified companies, is that when it comes to what qualifies as a woman fit to sit at the table, the standard is here. Yeah. When it comes to qualifying what qualifies a man to sit at the same table, the standard is lower than what a woman needs to go through. So they are really, in a lot of my experience, have been looking at really like outstanding human beings with the gender of women when it comes to that final role, but it's not a standard I've found applicable to men. I'm not saying we should lower the standard for anyone. Okay. Many times too, there are many names that don't come readily to people's minds. There are many names that don't come to people's minds readily. Why do we think that is? Either you don't have a sponsor, or you haven't made yourself that unmissable voice. What do we remember most? Someone who's continuously in front of us, or someone who comes occasionally to check in. So the visibility thing is a big issue. The second thing is that what I've done is have a Rolodex of women that I know are more than good enough. Okay. So everywhere I go, oh, you don't know anyone? Here is my list. Okay. And then people are like, but we want you. I'm like, no. Have a list. I'm not available to do any more of your seats. But please, this woman I'm recommending to you. I said, then it's not me you want on your board. Because if it's me you want on your board, you would value my recommendation. Yeah. If you are unable to value my recommendation that this woman is good enough to sit on your board, then when I come and sit on your board, you are trying to do tokenism. Yeah. Or you are just trying to get a name on your board. And a few companies that have listened to me have said they've had the best directors ever. So first, all of us, make a list. Make a list of your female friends. The minimum qualification is that they have a profession, they have ideas, they are willing to learn, they are willing to teach others, and they have a skill set that company is looking for. That skill set includes people who understand finance, people who understand HR, people who are in the IT sector, people who are in the legal profession, people who are architects, people who are medical doctors, because boardrooms are not made of people. A bank's board is not made of other bankers. The people who are managing the bank are the experts in the bank. The boardroom is made up of people with different skill sets and expertise to help shape strategy and to help the experts who are managing the company to see, have you thought of this other matter? Have you looked at this matter in another way? So a bank's board or a hospital's board is not necessarily made up of only doctors and nurses. In fact, they should be in the minority. But someone who can count and say, work with the external auditors and say, we have covered ourselves. Someone in the legal profession, someone in HR, someone in anything, IT. All boards today are looking at how we can use technology to advance our courses. So, generalists, that's all. And that comes from within our networks. And every single one of these women are good enough. So when they tell you they can't find them, hand over your list. And every day, I refresh my list. And that is why some of the things the Boardroom Africa is doing, compiling a list and preparing women all across Africa and showcasing them that these people are more than board ready, so that the company boards can no longer tell us, I don't know where to go. Because there are people that are more than adequate in terms of ideas to support these companies in their growth. So tokenism is far from the way to do it. But making the bar so high that very few people can get there is also wrong. But importantly, letting all these companies know where they can go to scan a list of people they can invite to their boards is, I think, the solution to do. So even the Women in Finance Network, CGIA, take your list of all these people, every single one of them here. Take your list, showcase them, board-ready person of the week, what the person's strengths are, what they can add to a company, and experience of sitting on other boards. It's a meeting. It's a meeting to read papers and digest the information and make recommendations. Any person generally who has been schooled in logical reasoning, you don't even need a university degree for that. Any person schooled or educated in how to take logical decisions is perfectly fine. It's perfect, so long as you have something you are bringing to the table. And we've spoken a lot about how to sharpen what it is that we bring to the table. But my lesson here today is that after being members of CGIA, after holding the positions we hold in our offices, all of us are good enough today to serve on many, many of the boards that I know about.
Thank you. Thank you. After finding ourselves in those spaces, after doing what others wouldn't do so that we'll rise on the pyramid, finding people who speak on our behalf, who speak in rooms where we are not in, how do we maintain our relevance? You have been on the capital markets for 20 years, and you have maintained your relevance throughout these years. As we wrap up, how do we maintain our relevance?
Thank you. Our relevance is multifaceted. I think women need to, or humans, we need to re-engineer ourselves. I had my son 11 years ago. I took a break from active capital market duties. I went off and did all sorts of interesting things. There was a time I found myself in a room with 15 men who were all engineers, master planning a 400-acre industrial site. And there I was coordinating 15 men, civil engineers, structural engineers, talking about soil samples, load bearing, something, something, something. And you know, that process I went through, I took that break from advising people on how to run their businesses to go and try my own hands at how to run a business. It humbled me. Let me tell you, it flattened me on the floor like this, straight. But again, it was a challenge I had to go through, because it's so nice when we are like Susie and say, oh, you know, I've looked at the books, and if you do it this way, you'd have resolved your problems, and we are sitting there and we send you a bill and you have to pay us our advisor's fee. But when you're on the other side, and you have to think payroll, you have to think permits, you have to think dealing with people who have to approve things for you, you have to think of finding customers, you have to think of safety, you have to think of the community, this project you're doing, how it impacts people's lives. How do you, it's a different mindset. And then you have to deal with the banks, and they are laughing at you like, you want how much money? So that reinvention of ourselves, that going to the other side to experience life on the other side is so critical. Our capacity as human beings, I've found, is very, very wide and deep. It's what you fill yourself with. We haven't lost our childhood magic of being sponges, capable of soaking as much and as many different things as possible. So to stay relevant for me, expose yourself to many things. Read. Ask questions. There isn't, you can imagine me with these engineers. Every question I asked was stupid. I was known as, I gladly gave myself that title. But I had to learn. So if you take yourself too seriously and you nod along to the conversation, they'll take you for a ride. But in asking the stupid questions, I enriched and made them think of other solutions that enriched what we're trying to do. So please, it's scary, but it's okay to also raise your hand and say, I don't know. I need help. Where can I find it? And learn. Because that has been what has, I believe, given me a more rounded perspective about life and about business, but also reinforced my passion for what I want to do. Because sitting on the other side and seeing how difficult it was for entrepreneurs to access capital, even now drove my passion to do what I want to do to the next level. So savers to investments, so that we have these funds gathered together to give this capital to, business people who can create jobs, who can give us the financial security, who can give us the social security that we are looking for, is beyond a passion now. So broaden your horizons. I can't say that enough. Broaden your horizons. There are many, many scary things in our minds. But when you break it down to the smallest step and you take that first step, then you're on the path to demystifying that big, hairy monster that you don't want to tackle. The ability is in us. Many of us think we are not good enough. I certainly thought I wasn't good enough several times. I certainly thought that. But if not me, then who? If not you, who's that other person who's better than you? And what information do you have that made you think that they are better than you? We're all going to the interview. You don't know that person. We've all showed up in the room. If not you, then who? So take that, whatever it is, and make that first jump. Stick your head a bit above water. The worst thing that will happen to you is a no. I haven't heard no kill anyone. It's the worst thing. And sometimes it could be a yes. It's a 50-50 chance. I choose to take the 50% chance that would lead to a yes. So let's all gather the courage. Call a girlfriend. Call a man friend. Call on your God. Say, give me that courage to go for that yes. And if for nothing at all, I tried. I came to the room. They didn't offer me a seat at the table. I came to the room with my own table. And I made my table so attractive that the other people left their table and came to sit at my table. And finally, when they sat at my table, I made sure that the reasons they did not invite me to their table were never at my table. And at my table, it was inclusive, It was celebrating everyone. It was hearing everyone's voice. What you don't want done to you, make sure you are not doing to someone else. Thank you.
Interesting. If they won't invite you to the table, take your own table to the room and invite them. Thank you so much, Ms. Amwa. It has been a very interesting section. But rather unfortunately, we are hearing a no more time, and we have to leave. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. You've both done very well. Madam, thank you very much. Okay. All right. Please, Christabel, kindly join me here. Yes. We have just a few sessions and then we are done for the day. I know you're looking at your watches, but wait. We have a big surprise for you all, so kindly wait for us a little bit. So Christabel will take over and do the next session. She is the vice president at the institutions of and private clients at InvestCorp. In this role, she's responsible for clients acquisition, portfolio structuring, and investor relations. She will tell you a lot more later on. So please give her a round of applause as she takes over the next session.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I think it's been a long day and very fruitful discussions. And so our goal here is to summarize everything that has been said. I feel like everything has been said, so there's no point in belaboring the point. We will just try to share a few tidbits from our side, our experiences, but really we're not going to say too much. So I'd like to introduce the panel that I'd be working with or discussing this topic with. And I'll start off with Sylvia Income, who is the Deputy Managing Director at UBA, Ghana. And then Oheniwa Sichi Bequin, who is a consulting partner. And also Bridget Opoku Bosman, who is a VP at Obsidian Ekena. And then Dr. Loretta Sapon, who is the head of Women's Desk at EcoBank Ghana. So welcome, ladies. So again, I'm very honored.
All right. So good afternoon, phenomenal ladies. It's my first time here, so I'm very excited. I didn't know what to expect. I thought it was just going to be a dash in and out. It's been a full day, and I have learned a lot. I've made new friends, and so it's worth the whole day, and I'm very thankful to the organizers for inviting me to be here. So mine wasn't planned. I have a very interesting story. I did not think I was going to go into finance. I started off with science, and then I couldn't pursue my science dreams of being a doctor. I ended up being a teacher. So I was a teacher of maths and science. And then after 4 years of doing it, it was very rewarding emotionally, but financially it wasn't. And I had dreams of traveling, spending money, visiting places. So quickly I realized that this was not going to do it for me. So I decided to look elsewhere. And then I said, okay, why not go to business school? Because someone mentioned to me that when you go to school of admin, you become a manager. I mean, anything that was going up there was good for me. So I decided to go to business school. So that's how come I entered business school. I am thankful to God for the journey because it makes you grateful for everything that happens in your life. So for all the people who have worked with me, they would tell you that I'm very down to earth, and it's because of the journey that I have done as a person. So I finished business school and got a job that paid very little at the time. We started a credit reference bureau. We wanted to be the first to do that. So we started working with the late Nana Rekwampim. There was no money in it, but I learned very fast because we were actually working with bad loans from banks because we wanted to build credit history, and so that if the law was passed, we'll be the first. We didn't get much money, but I learned quickly. And the good thing for me, and the reason I'm very proud of this story is that the destination is a point, but the route can be varied. You may want to go to X destination. As long as the focus is there, the route to that destination could be different. And in life, it's actually normally very different for everybody. So mine was to work with someone that was not paying as much. Mine was to start from the classroom as a teacher, but it's been a very rich experience. And at times when I look at my leadership style, I think it leans very heavily to the experiences of the classroom and how it is that you have to mobilize people, get them to understand things, and still be able to achieve. So I worked there for a bit. There was no money, but through that job, I built a network because we were working with Stanchart, SG, Barclays, and I think another bank, collecting their bad loans. And loans that they couldn't collect, they gave it to us and we're collecting. So I learned how to engage customers and all that from there. Long story short, through a friend, I got to work with Zenith Bank. I worked with Abna at the time, Zenith Bank Fresh. In fact, I think we started before they got their license. Had no clue about banking. We had to learn from scratch. But it was a very interesting journey. She will tell you, we did so much, we achieved so much. How? Because everybody at the time was determined to do something. And for me, if you ask me one thing that has brought me this far, is the determination to be successful. It's so strong that the sacrifices along the way mean nothing. The sacrifices to that destination really don't mean much because of where I want to go. Long story short again, I got a better job from Zenith Bank because of the relationships that I had built with the banks that I worked with in that firm that didn't pay anything. So they wanted somebody in Treasury in Stanbic, and the head of Treasury in ABSA, Barclays then, said, oh, we worked with the lady in that firm. She was so good. Let's go for her. They went there. I had left. I was in Zenith Bank. They took me from Zenith to Stanbic, more than double or triple the level I was. And that started, I would say, the proper corporate banking journey that I have been on till now. It's been a lot of hard work, but I look back at it, I'm very excited. It's still a journey, and I'm pursuing it. So my journey into finance was not planned, but I had a focus, and I think I'm still on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Like most people have shared, I like your story. Because there are several pathways into finance, and people don't know that. There are several careers in finance, but I feel like in Ghana, we are focused on a few buckets. We just think accounting, we just
women. Then we enter the financial sector, which we, happen to find ourselves in. And we still realize that the numbers don't change. I mean, it's an aftermath of whatever inputs that went in our classrooms. So if there were 5 women in a classroom,
there should be 5 women on the market. Is that not so? If that is the process that we have to go through. For me, as I said, I am basically a baby compared to the experiences that have been shared here. I was intentional about getting a job, but I wasn't intentional about getting a job as a capital markets trader, which I am now. After my university or my undergraduate degree, I told myself that one of the hardest things that will be for me is to explain gap years. And I intentionally told myself that I have to be somewhere. I cannot stay in the house. I have to be somewhere. Somewhere that, is in line with my ultimate career goal, but then it's not like I'm going to enter and then today I'm a big woman. Even if I have to start from a non-paying position, I was ready to pick it up. But as I said, I was intentional about it. So in terms of the companies that I applied to, in terms of even the interviews that I went to, I wouldn't go for any interview at all. Especially if there were certain things that I thought were not for me, I wouldn't. But then again, as I said, I had to find myself somewhere. I couldn't explain gap years. I wouldn't stay in the house for, say, 3 years and then I get a job interview. What were you doing in the space of those 3 years? And I'll say, because I didn't have a job, I was just in the house. So I looked for an internship. My interviews were basically for internship roles because I was juggling the decision of going back to school immediately after an undergraduate or getting a job. Luckily for me, I went in there.
Baby, I think one of the panelists shared that if you were called to be here, then you were supposed to be here. So you are supposed to be here talking with like-minded people and sharing your experience so that other people who look up to you will not just see one type of woman, but there are different types of women at different stages in their careers and all trying to ensure that we all get to that end goal. We all have the representation. So you're not a babe, you're meant to be here. Okay, so also during the discussions, and like I said, most of the things have already been said, but there was also a theme that kept on coming up, which was networking. People saying that, they had to build their network. And I remember that when I wanted to start work, or when I started work, I would hear people say in a negative tone that, this person is here only because of who they know. This person is here only because of who they know. And it was a negative thing, We never said it in a positive way that the person has the skill set, but, the network got them there. So, Loretta, what is your experience? Because for me, and globally, I know that everywhere you go, it is your network that will open a door for you. So, but in Ghana, when they say who you know, and they say it very negatively, So what has been your experience?
Thank you very much. I believe that your network is your net worth. And that is how come I'm very happy to be among all strong and stronger women gathered in here today. It's an amazing network that I've built today. But it's wonderful and it works. I remember I was working with a consulting firm right after national service in Kumasi. And so we're banking with EcoBank. Growing up, I had 3 careers in mind. I wanted to be an air hostess, a TV announcer, or a banker. And so going to EcoBank, I saw the environment, how the ladies dressed, and I really wanted to be there. I just woke up one afternoon. From my consulting firm to EcoBank was just 5 minutes walk. I decided to walk there with my CV in hand. I walked to the branch manager's office then, and I said, I want to work with you. That day, amazingly, there was a relationship manager who was resigning. And he happened to be in the office of the branch manager that I walked to, the office. He was right there. So he looked at me, and there we had a chat. And I took over from the consumer relationship manager that was leaving. I had been walking in and out. I had built that relationship, and it worked for me. The next day, he called me to say, change this in your CV and submit it. So it works. Who you know in this life matters. It is not negative to build a healthy relationship. For me, who you know really counts. And it works for me, and it's working for me. And I pray that we all build good network and use that relationship to work in our favor, because it works. It does work. Thank you.
So, your Rolodex, and always try to build that network. So, we also talk about trying, like you said, you were very excited about how the people dressed in the bank, and you wanted to go into the bank and all that. But once you get in, what was the reality? So I think Oheno should take that. What was your reality? As soon as you got that first job that you wanted and you got there, you had expectations, right? So what was the expectation versus the reality?
Okay, so I just want to say that I'm happy to be here, and it's important that this doesn't become another talk show. And that was the reason why I was actually trying to get out of it, because I've been to a lot of seminars that we just talk and then nothing really happens. I'll tell you my experience. I had actually been doing investment banking outside of Ghana. So when I came into Ghana, I thought that I was ready. I was going to conquer the world. You know, I'd been working with investment firms, and I thought I had experience. And then my first job, I didn't get in. I was rejected, and for some flimsy reason. And I had to do a couple of interviews, and I got into a commercial bank. And coming from an MBA outside of Ghana and also in investment banking background, I thought that I was ready for commercial banking in Ghana. The reality was that Ghana was not ready for me. So I got a management trainee role in one of the banks, and I was put in a branch. And the gentleman that I was given to work with, he used to call us MBA4, you know. And for the first 6 months that he was supposed to train me, all I did was washing his spoon, running errands for him. And so the reality just hit that, look, to be able to get people to teach you so they don't get the impression that you're coming to take their job, you needed to humble yourself. So anytime he would come in, I would ask, should I get you water? Because I needed to learn the job. And so after some time, he realized that I was very humble, and he taught me everything that I needed to know on that first schedule. Eventually, when I became a head of one of the desks, he actually came to me for training. And I trained him, and I reminded him, do you remember that when I came in, you were sending me to wash your cup, fetch you water, and all of that? He said he remembered that very well. So for me, it's about, if you want to learn and you don't have the experience, the people who have the experience on the job, they will teach you when you humble yourself, and you will learn a lot of things from people who are already in the system. It's not about educational background, it's about experience on the job. Yes.
Thank you. It's about experience. Also, in my research and planning towards this discussion, I came across several numbers which have been shared already, several articles. But one of the things that was shared in the last discussion was how the way the pyramid shape of women entering business or finance is like. And then at the bottom, where you have the most women, you find them more in more administrative type of roles, not really strategy, sort of like just admin roles, okay, or front-facing client service type of roles. Now, a lot of technology is evolving, right? Technology is evolving very, very, very fast. And I feel like very soon it's going to, even though we have the women there, it is going to sort of take them out. because it is replacing what they want to do. The other day I went to the bank. There was no need for me to even fill a paying slip. I just had to go to a machine and type in my details, submit. They called me, I just went, deposited, and went. So we've taken away a lot of those roles which traditionally seem to have been reserved for women. So what is the plan in terms of helping women to be able to innovate so that they don't die, because they're going to become obsolete? You know, what would you say to a young woman who's in one of those roles? So what would you say to that person? How would you go about innovating, making yourself relevant so that you don't become obsolete?
Share mic. Yeah, good. So I think that first and foremost, before you even start evolving, you should have built a brand for yourself. When somebody says Abna or Ajwa, they should have a mental picture, or they should be able to define you. That is when you have occupied your space. That's where you even start from, before you start evolving. Like our favorite products, Apple, Samsung, and all that. They have standard features that we love and we buy into. And once that is done, they start giving us different versions of themselves. So I think the most important thing for us women is to define our brand. That speaks to a lot of the things that have been said already. You must learn. You must be consistent. There is something about consistency that creates the right picture of who you are to all the people who deal with you. You can't be up today and be down tomorrow. You can't perform very well in a meeting today and the next day you have no clue what's happening. So you must be consistent, meaning that you should be learning. You should be preparing and over-preparing. I have a business manager who will tell you that until they call us that it's our time to present, the presentation is not done. We keep working. I have the final paper and I'm still working on it. So over time, people know that when they call you, they expect something. That is the beginning of being relevant. And then you can upskill. Reading about things that pertain to the work you do and even outside of your core job. So that when there's a shift and one day you come to work and they say your role is no longer there, you can quickly be adopted into another team. But if all you do is treasury, I'm a global market salesperson. I buy, sell FX, that's all I know. You have no clue what happens in risk. You have no clue what happens in the back office. If for any reason there's automation, then you are not relevant. So learning, getting to know what you do and even what others know makes you very versatile. Then you can start adding new skills just to keep up with the changes that are happening. I like to work with younger people. Peggy is here, she'll tell you, in my team I had very brainy boys and girls from Ashesi and around. Why? Because I wanted to learn from them. It was a deliberate thing. You won't understand, but I knew why I was doing that. They know all the shortcuts. If you want to all screen print this, they will do it for you. They will link the cells for you. So quickly, and one of my business managers actually said that, Sylvia, if we pick people your age, your computer skills is there. And because I was constantly learning, reading, so I think once we find our brand, invest in the brand, then we can start upscaling. Reading. I mean, they've said so much already, no need to belabor the point, but reading, getting information. Information is really what is the new currency now. Once you have information, you will be needed. I left Stanbic 18 or 19 months ago. Every now and then somebody will call me and say, oh, Sylvia, we are doing this, we miss you. That's really where you want to be. And once you are there, whether technology or not, there's a way you adapt. And mind you, I don't believe that technology is going to wipe out human beings. Technology is going to create new escapes. You would require new skills to work with technology, but there will always be a place for people.
But the key is to invest in yourself. So over lunch, we had some interesting discussions at my table. And one of the things that we spoke about was women working together. And I think somebody had asked that how, if we're in a role that is not serving us, how do we come together and start something new on the side? A comment that came up was that, women, dear, we have our own issues. So that's to say that there's also something in the back that is sort of holding us back from embracing each other and then moving on to sort of do better collaboration. So in your mind, Loretta, do you think that we are somehow competing with each other? Do you think that we are competing with each other, or is it perceived that way, you know?
I believe we can do better as women if we collaborate together. A strong woman stands up for herself, but a stronger woman stands up for herself and many others. And if Ghanaian women, if all of us gathered here would realize that and say that behind every successful woman is a tribe of other women cheering her up, then we could do much more than we are doing now. So it is just... Thank you. It is just a matter of we recognizing that I have this, but I better had that and much more. We recognizing the efforts of the role and skill sets of the others. We can do much better if we are intentional and we are conscious of that. I want to be a growing, contributing human being in this world. And so in 16 years at EcoBank, I keep looking at different roles and different skill sets, what I can bring on board. For the past 16 years, I've been in marketing, sales, and this year, I want to work with women. This year, I want to handhold a lot of many women to say that we can do it together. Let's grow financially, let's grow non-financially, so that together we can build institutions and wealth that last. It's sad to see many companies owned by women does not travel the next generation because we don't collaborate. And we are not doing well as Ghanaian women. And so if today we all hold that challenge, and like you said, this is not a talk shop, this is to say that the best time we could have done this was 20 years ago, but the next best time is now. If we can all collaborate and put our skills together and say we can do this as women and be there for one another, then we can.
It's time for collaboration. Are you taking that challenge? I know I am. So let's try to start collaborating. But another thing that we spoke on that table, and I think that lunch discussion was very insightful, was the lack of capital, or how to invest in yourself, one, and also how to take a leap of faith, sort of to step away from something that is not serving you well now. Because we find that when you go into, especially the banking industry, like we said, at the bottom of the pyramid is full of women because they're afraid to take the next step. You know, you have to want to take the step for somebody to push you, right? So how can we go about, one, ensuring that women are able to uplift themselves, push themselves out of that last row? That's one thing. And then how can we become stronger to say, okay, I want to stop this and move on to the next thing?
Okay, so at the table, we actually were looking at the market itself, because if you ask me, if women are going to get together and do extraordinary things, we need to look beyond our immediate market. We need to be able to expand the market because if you are in a bank, for instance, and you are serving a certain customer needs, and you want to get out of it, if you don't take care, you'll be chasing that same customers that you were dealing with at the bank. So what we said was that it would be good to look beyond the corporates, to look beyond the SMEs, to go to the unbanked. And I mentioned that I'm doing something very interesting with women in cocoa farmers, women. So we are trying to do financial inclusion, financial literacy, helping them to save, helping them think about pension and all of that. We know that Cocoa Board have been talking about it for a while, but nothing has happened. So if you're dealing with such women, it's important that you start the education from there so you can expand your base. Okay.
Okay, so we'll start the education from there. Another thing that I read was that, I mean, like you said, we are the single most unserved group when it comes to funding or financing your projects and things like that. So how do we go about, you know, apart from the informal sector, as a normal person who is in the formal industry, how do you go about empowering yourself? You know, how do you go about having that savings culture? Because one of the things that was said at that table is that we don't save. Okay, and how can you invest in yourself? You need, sometimes you need some funding to be able to invest in yourself. You need funding to go to school. You need funding to subscribe to that BBC or Bloomberg and all those things. You need that extra funding, right? So how do you go about starting that savings culture? Because once you have that, then you can go and tell some other person in the informal sector. So how do we do that for ourselves?
So we indicated that we need to plan. You need to have a financial plan. And if you don't know how to do it, you need to go to the expert and they would help you do it. There are a lot of women who have the know-how to help you plan your finances. And let me just share something. I know this young lady who lost her husband at a very early age. And she was left with two young children to take care of. I was not able to go to the funeral, and when I met her, I wanted to give her a donation, and I told her that, why don't you put this money in some kind of investment? I know that other people would give you money, but make sure that you save some of it for the children's education. And Abna, permit me to mention you. This young lady came and said to me that I've met this lady. Her name is Abna, Nimet Capital, and she's already been advising me to do this long before my husband even died, you know. And I was like, wow. So there are women who are actually helping other younger women plan their finances. So Abna, Nimet, thank you very much. I thought that I should mention it here. So it's important that, I mean, those of us who are already there are other people who need the kind of hand-holding, this kind of support. If I had had that in the beginning, I'm sure I would have been a better person by now. But there are a lot of other young people out there who are also waiting, expecting that somebody will hold their hand and help them along that journey. So we need to plan, and we need to make a conscious effort of planning and a conscious effort of saving. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I would agree with that, because I also am in investment management, so I understand the importance of planning, importance of investing, importance of having that goal and then working towards it. So thank you. Thank you for that. Loretta, did you want to say something here?
I want to say that what we pay attention to also grows. And if we are intentional about we putting monies aside, then it will grow. Monies that don't come to us, we don't spend. And Ghanaians, we've made and proven over the years to be magicians. So let's set standing orders on our accounts. If you are paid, for example, set the standing order to coincide with the date of your pay. Okay? So if you are paid on the 24th of every month, set the standing order to say that on the 24th, 1,000 cedis, 500 cedis, 100 cedis will move from your account into your savings account. And by that conscious effort, by that consistency, you will see that you are saving and it's growing because your money is working for you. It is not just even sitting in a savings account, but those savings that you are setting aside is also working for you. So let's be conscious about that. Let's talk to experts, let's talk to banks, investment companies, so that we can grow our monies that we are putting aside.
Thank you. So please, ladies, let's empower ourselves. A lot of women, we find ourselves stuck in positions because we are not empowered financially. So taking that first step to empower yourself financially is investing in yourself. And then you're able to go on and do those other things that you want to do. Now, another thing we spoke about is just as women, are we able to critique each other, and are we able to accept that criticism? So, so Bridget, at your workplace, if someone did something, another woman, and you wanted to sort of let her know that, hey, you could have done this in a better way, how do you go about it? And in your experience, are they able to accept that critique that you're giving to them?
Okay, so I think another problem that we have as women is what I say, are we vocal enough? It's not necessarily about you being loud, but when you speak, as a head, how do you speak? Not just by mouth, but by actions. We are in a world where we are consistently being made to apologize for being women. If a woman stands up for herself, she's seen as bossy, she's seen as aggressive. Same traits that would be, praised if they were seen in a man. But in a woman, it's it's not desirable. So we have to consistently unlearn certain toxic narratives, certain things that has been handed down to us in the course of our career. Being told that you are not supposed to speak on certain matters, just go with the flow, accept things as they are. We gathered here, at least we can make that change. We have to make sure that we are standing up for ourselves by being vocal, not just by being loud, but make sure that by our actions, our words, whatever, we are making an impact. We are saying no to the things that we really want to say no to, and we are saying yes to the things that we really want to say yes to. It's not just by nodding and accepting it because it was pushed onto you, but as has been said consistently, raising your hand and saying that I know I'm qualified, I want to do this thing, I don't want to do this thing, don't bring it to me. We have to do these things as the men are doing it. It's okay if a man does it. It's okay if a man says, no, this role is beneath me. But if you were a woman in a workplace, you are expected to kind of carry everyone along. You are expected to nurture. Even as you are nurturing yourself, it's good to pour into others, but make sure that you are first filled. If you have to say no, there is nothing wrong about it. We have to come to that consciousness that no is also enough answer.
Thank you, Bridget. So in wrapping up, a lot has been said already by all the wonderful, phenomenal ladies before us. And so we're going to wrap this up so we can get going, go out there and do. Because they say we've spoken for years, every year we come and talk, and we're not seeing a lot change. So we won't talk too long. We want to end this conversation now so we can go out and do what we've learned today. But before we go, I want to go around and sort of take some nuggets of wisdom. Okay, so, and Sylvia, what would you say to young Sylvia, 18-year-old Sylvia? What would you say to her?
I'll tell Sylvia to be audacious. There is nothing wrong with wanting the good things of life and working hard for them. So I'll tell Sylvia, look at the challenge and take it head on. I'll tell Sylvia that it's good to be beautiful, but it's even better to be smart. So yes, you're a lady, you must put time into how you look, but put time into the value that you bring to the people around you, because most of the time, especially starting our career, there's the tendency to overplay the looks and underplay the value that you bring. So I'll tell young Sylvia, learn. It's nice to be beautiful, but it's nicer that you are intelligent and you add value to the conversation around you. And the last thing I'll tell young Sylvia is that whatever she wants, she can get it if she puts in the effort. Thank you.
One more from Bridget.
Okay, so this young Sylvia has heard you, ma'am. Yes, so what I would add is, as Ohinewa said, it shouldn't be just a talk shop. It shouldn't be just another set of women meeting and saying that we want this, we want to do this. And then we come back to it 5 years later and realize that even though the conversations were hard, even though the suggestions were made, we didn't see impact. As we are moving out of here, we've all learned something. They've been saying learn, 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 but we also have to unlearn. Anything that doesn't work for us today and what we think won't work for us 5 years from now, we have to unlearn it and replace it with something more beneficial. If in your career aspirations, you think you're towing a line that's, it's not going to be of benefit to you in the long run, this is the right time to put it down. You don't walk out of this room, join us 5 years later, and then we realize that there hasn't been change, especially on the things that we've made mention of. The most important thing of all that I've learned here is to keep the door open for the next woman. We are all we have. The men are speaking up for themselves. They don't even have to do it. But we have to be conscious about it. We have to be conscious about our growth and be conscious about the growth of other women. So yes, as we leave here, we have to make sure that in whatever capacity or role that we serve, we leave the door open behind us for the next generation.
So I would say this to my younger self, and maybe at another time I would give some information as to how I happen to be in banking and finance. But what I would say is that you can do anything if you set your mind to it. Anything you want to do. Once you decide it, you can do it. You need to make the time. You need to show up. You need to build the needed skills. You need to network with people who will help you build those skills. You need to take it in your stride. No rush. We are not in competition with anybody. We just want to make an impact. So take it in your stride. Nothing comes easy. Humility, hard work, resilience, standing up for your values will get you to your needed career destination. Thank you.
So young Loretta, productivity is a way of life. Success is achieved through the little mundane activities that we find doing every day. It is not one spectacular activity that happens to us. Success is gradual. So let's be patient with ourselves, but stay consistent. If we are consistent with what we do, and again, I will repeat that what we pay attention to grows. Know what you want. Know who you are, what you are made of. Work at it. And through consistency, through hard work, through preparation, through planning, through prayer, the sky will certainly be the limit. Show up.
So thank you, ladies, for these insights that you have shared with us. I'll end it all saying that a lot has been said. So let's go out there, let's be deliberate, let's be intentional. In the words of my alma mater, let's toughen up. It's not easy. Nobody said it was going to be easy. Nobody said it was going to be fair. But you need to be meticulous, you need to work hard at it, and you need to know that it's not a meritocracy. There are so many things that have to be done. You have to network. But at the end of the day, toughen up, stay consistent, and you can do it. Thank you so much for your time.
A round of applause as they take their photograph. Thank you very much, our distinguished panelists. I think the problem we have encountered with this program is the fact that we have way too many wonderful women. We can keep on and on and on because the women are just amazing and they are also insightful. We don't even know when to end. We have a very final session and I won't bore you. Mr. Kofa, kindly take over and end this program for us on a high note. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be back here for our final fireside chat and personality profiling. I have a very phenomenal woman joining me. Recently, there was a big reveal. She was previously the finance director for ABSA, Ghana, and West Africa. And she has recently pivoted into a new role as the CFO for MTN Ghana. In fact, she is the first female and first Ghanaian CFO of MTN Ghana. She's a chartered accountant, has chalked several laurels, both Ghana and abroad. We would have her here to speak a lot, so I won't bore you at this point. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Antoinette Kofi. Thank you for joining us, Antoinette.
Thank you, Papa.
So we've had a long day and very insightful discussions so far. We would delve into Antoinette's journey at this point so that we can all pick very useful lessons for our careers. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
So can you walk us through your journey? You've had a very beautiful journey, career journey, leadership journey, if I must say, both Europe and in Ghana. Can you walk us through the journey and what lessons we can all learn?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Apofa, and good afternoon, ladies and the few fine gentlemen amongst us. Okay, so hello? Okay, yeah. So my journey started many years ago. I get asked a lot, who's Antoinette? And I say, Antoinette is, she's a scientist, turned agricultural economist, turned an accountant and a finance person. And that is a summary of the journey I've walked. My journey has evolved. My journey has had many phases. But all through, I think, one guiding light was something my mother told me many years ago when I was going to Form 1 in Achimota School. And the only advice she gave me when I was going was, she said, know thyself. Know where you're coming from, where you're going to, and keep that focus. So when I went to school, she said, whatever anybody around you does, just remember, it's your journey. So the lessons I have learned along my journey, I would say, starts from knowing yourself, knowing what matters to you, knowing what you are out to achieve, knowing what you want, understanding what your strengths and your weaknesses are,
and building on them. So I remember I finished university and I said to a friend of mine, and networks are important, as has been said many times today. I said to someone, I'm looking for a job. Can you help me find a job? And I remember he asked me, are you looking for a job or are you looking for a career? And I said, what's the difference? Me pejuma mami, I would say, you're coming to speak English. And he said, it's an important question. I didn't realize how important a question it was till much later in my career. And I told him that I wanted to work in finance. That's all I wanted to do. And he said, what do you want to be? I said, I want to be a financial analyst. I don't think I even had a clue what I was saying. He said, okay, what does a financial analyst do? I said, hey, nah, interview before interview here. What's this about? But he sent me to a few places to go talk to a few people, to go apply for a few jobs. And I ended up agreeing to work for one of the companies I spoke to, Ernst & Young. And I went in there very green, no accounting background. So I worked in the corporate finance unit. And as I interacted with the people, one tenet that has gone through all my life is that I try to learn as much as I can, whenever I can, and from whoever I can. And I dare say that the best lessons I've learned in my career are actually from people that, on paper, I'm a whole lot more qualified than. It doesn't matter from who. If there's an opportunity to learn, learn. Because once you've learned it, you know what? Nobody can crack your head and take out what you've learned. It's yours for the rest of your life. And you can decide how you pivot what you have, the experience that you have, to do something else. And so I learned from, I was going on rounds with HR, I went with the auditors, I went with the accountant, I did everything. And then I decided to go take an accounting degree. And there also, whilst I was studying, I went to the UK to study. And whilst I was studying, I got a job. I remember it was a credit controller job in a health trust. And there too, I did everybody's work. Seriously, I think I was the dog's body in the organization. Formed part of the most trying times in my life. And people have said, Abna said, challenges are a blessing. Indeed they are. Because when I look back, I think those challenging times defined how the rest of my career went. And why do I say that? Barclays had just gone through a rapid expansion, and there were a lot of issues that came out after. I joined Barclays at the tail end of the expansion, end of 2007. They made a healthy profit. And then in 2008, for the first time in their history, they made a loss. And they made losses for 2 consecutive years. But in that process, there was a lot of cleaning up that had to be done. During that time, actually, whilst I was still learning, because I was new to banking, and I walked into banking and realized that actually, their balance sheet is the opposite of what I knew. Right? And so trying to get my head around that and learning in that process, and then I got landed in a situation where my direct boss left and his direct boss left in a time when we were doing a cleanup. So we were all stuck. Everybody had to, and we were in a big team. Everybody had to play a part. And that journey, and all I did was I kept my head down and I just worked. Which brings me to another lesson. Hard work and commitment pay. No matter what, it always pays at the end of the day. And I tell people that work like nobody is watching. Work hard without keeping an eye on the prize. Just think about making an impact and adding value wherever you find yourself. And you know what? When you've made an impact, when you've added value, the prize will find you. And I remember at the end of 2008, it was the first, and we said we had had such a rough year as a team. So one of the team members had been appointed. There was a new member who was now managing the team whilst we waited for a substantive finance director. And they said, considering the year we've had, we can't get good ratings. And so there's a process around, and I know most multinationals have it, where the ratings are submitted and discussions are held. So the manager came back and called me and said, your hard work has been noticed. I said, really? By who? And he said he went to the country management committee with our ratings. And he was told that you can't give this young lady this rating. She adds too much value and she works too hard for you to give her this rating. And I was given the highest rating that was available on our scale. I wasn't working for a rating, I was working to add value. But you do your work in such a way that when you are not in the room, people who have seen the quality of work you provide will be your voice at the table. That's extremely important. And actually, I think that registered in a lot of people's minds. And so opportunities, when opportunities came up, I was given opportunities. I went as a finance business partner. I was asked to head the business performance and analytics team because I just took on more work. I did whatever had to be done. And then they said, you're doing the role of the head anyway. So we are going to assess you for the role and promote you into the role. And that was how I got my first promotion in Barclays. And then I looked at that point in my career, I said, I'd like to be a CFO someday. I've done almost like a management accounting kind of role for some time. And so to be a CFO, ideally you should have financial control experience. And I had done financial control in the UK, but like I said, the balance sheet of the bank was something different. So, which brings me to the next lesson, that it's okay to ask for what you want. Someone said, put up your hand and ask for what you want. The worst, my mother used to say, the worst you could get is a no. And as Abna said, a no, I don't know anyone that a no has killed just yet. And so I went to my boss and said, I'd like some experience in financial control. So if there's an opportunity for a secondment, could I please have a shot at it? And she said, yes, you can. Believe it or not, as fate may have it, 6 months later, a financial controller got an opportunity outside the bank. And guess who was asked to act? Yes, because I had put up my hand. I had dared to put up my hand. And when I got the opportunity to act, I gave it my all and performed to the extent that when the role was floated, I managed to get it on a permanent basis. Then, believe it or not, 8 months later, the MD of the bank was moving on, and the finance director was asked to act as MD. And the board asked her, the challenge is that you are in a sensitive role. Is there anybody that can perform your role whilst you act as MD? And she said, yes, I know someone who can. She believed in me more than I believed in myself. So she came from the board meeting. Interestingly, that day, we were wearing the same clothes. She came and she said, you're going to act as finance director. And I said, what? She said, yes, I'm going to act as MD, so you act as finance director. I said, okay. I'm sure you're still here, so we can do it, right? Then I started acting in the finance director role. A few months later, she asked me, so obviously they went through the process of recruiting an MD, Actually, I've not told the story, part of the story, and then Patience got appointed as MD. And I remember she asked me, would you be interested in applying for the CFO role when it comes up? And I remember my answer was, hell no. And I've thought a lot about why hell no. I was scared out of my mind. I'm like, huh? So now it's not that I'm acting and doing it at the side of my table. I'm actually going to be sitting with this responsibility, being the finance director for this bank. Hey, madam, let this cap pass me by. And she didn't say anything, right? She was like, okay, it's your choice. It's your journey, ladies. Own it. So one night, around 2 a.m., like 2 weeks later, I couldn't sleep. At that time, I was still doing financial controller and acting in CFO. So I couldn't sleep well at night. And then I just asked myself, but you are doing the role. And I acted in the role for a year. I said, you are doing the role. What's the worst that could happen? Another thing, and today I'm going to leave you with a lot of my mother's lessons. And another thing my mother used to say was that the only games you lose are the ones you don't take part in. If you get into the ring, you either win the game or you win the lesson. And if you don't win the game and you win the lesson, it's a foundation for you to go and build up and come back to fight stronger another day. And so I said, well, let's give it a shot. And I went to apply for the role. I competed, and I got the role. And interestingly, well, I did it for 8.5 years. And though I say so myself, I dare say I was a fairly successful CFO. So what I tell people is, and Rejoice would have heard this before, I say, do it afraid. It doesn't matter how scared you are. Do it afraid. Give it a shot. Because like I said, it's a win-win situation either way. And so after 8.5 years, I decided to, and a few people have asked me, why leave banking? Why go into technology? And I said, after 8.5 years, it was time to try something different. Because I've learned that in life, and I write every now and then on LinkedIn, I've learned that in life, you seek to be a better version of yourself. And I think this offers me growth and the ability to pivot my financial skills and learn something new in addition, because it's a very dynamic world we live in today. And it's essential to keep learning and learning and relearning. That's the world we live in today. So that's me.
Such an inspiring journey. Very, very inspiring. Thank you, Antoinette, for sharing all of this. We've learned lots of nuggets from this. What resonates very well with me is commitment and hard work. You know, sometimes you hear people say, oh, work smart. You don't have to really work hard. But what I think really works is hard work as well. But the hard work, the commitment always pays. And learning, being ready to dirty your hands in whatever role that you play in also. So thank you, Antoinette, for sharing those nuggets with us. A lot has been said here already, so I'll wrap it up and ask you to share lessons with all of us here. There are a lot of young people here looking to reach the levels that you've reached in their career as well. Looking at the trends, you know, you mentioned how you have pivoted into the telecommunications industry. We know digital is the way, so it's very interesting that you're going that way to add more value to yourself. What advice would you give young people as the trends are changing? What should we do so that we can get to the levels that you have reached here?
I think what do young people have to do? Obviously, like you said, the trends are digital. And like Sylvia, I don't believe machines will replace human beings. I believe machines will enhance what we do. However, if you do not evolve, it's very easy for the machines to get rid of you. So you need to learn and acquire new skills. You need to, like I said, learn and relearn. And I've already spoken about hard work. You need to identify where you're going, what you want, and actually build your skills to get ready for that. A personal mantra of mine is that success is a result of preparation meeting opportunity. Opportunities always come, but if you don't prepare, they'll pass you by. You've got to prepare and make sure that you're ready, and that goes with the building skills and building relevant skills that will take you where you want to go. And what I'd like to say as well is that, this life that we live, do not despise humble beginnings. I've spoken about learning from whoever you can. I've spoken about, a lot of us, and recently I wrote something around competition and collaboration. The world we live in today and the way it's evolving is less about competition and more about collaboration. You can build your skills to the nth degree. The reality is that you will not have all the skills for every single thing you come across. So how do you get somebody who has compensating skills to add to yours so that together you can make a difference? And most multinationals, most organizations are going, banks now collaborate with fintechs. They collaborate with all other sorts of partners. Even telecom companies collaborate with fintechs and other kinds of companies. Partnerships are the way forward. And so we also need to develop our collaborative skills and learn to work with each other. I tell people that we need to learn to swim together. There's enough space in the sky for a lot of stars. When I was growing up, we used to sing a song about brighten the corner where you are. We've gone beyond that, ladies. You've got to brighten wider spaces. Don't just brighten your corner. Brighten a wider space. And if you brighten a wider space, and I brighten a wider space, can you imagine how bright the world is going to be? We owe it to each other to collaborate and to make sure that we make another person's life easier. We create impact in the world that we are living in, because that's the only way we're going to move this world forward. I believe in Africa, and I know sometimes I get like, are we ever going to get there? But majority of the time, I believe we have what it takes to get there. But it is only through collaboration and building the right partnerships that we can get there. So to the young people, the sky is your stepping stone. I don't believe in setting limits on yourself. You can, if you want to, you can be president of Ghana, right? We know that our current president speaks about having decided to be a president when he was a young boy, and then he worked towards it. So set your goals high. Don't put any limits on yourself. And every day you live, seek to be a better version of yourself than the day before. Because every little growth contributes. You look back one day and you realize, oh wow, is this how far I've come? is because it will only come with a little growth every day. So seek to be a better version of yourself. Those are the words I use.
Thank you so much. Partnerships and collaboration is the way, not competition. So I would add that this is not just, it's just not another talk shop. We are here to be inspired. We have been inspired. We've learned a lot. And if I want to look back on my own personal journey, I have been inspired by a lot of women out there. You know, I was in a role where I would analyze financials of banks, and one thing I would always look out for is who are on the boards, on the senior management, you know, and I'll be inspired. I want to be like them, and that has really brought me far. So I would say this is not just another talk shop. We should be inspired. We should go out of here with all the nuggets and work at it. Finally, let's be visible. Let's be visible. If you are here, you don't have a LinkedIn, whatever, please go on to LinkedIn now, sign up, post your thoughts there. So I read a lot from Antoinette, from other people.
Actually, Akofa inspired me to start writing on LinkedIn.
Wow.
I started writing because she was writing.
Yeah. Interesting. So, you know, wherever you are. So I write on BFT sometimes, you know, and I was inspired by my managing director. He said, Akofa, you have to write this article. So he will give me a topic when I write. You know, so let's be visible. It helps a lot. Let's be visible. We are all not where we were some years back. You know, it's about being visible, taking that step, writing, sharing your thoughts, and then we will all get better. Thank you so much.
One last thing. In the process, you know, I always say that feedback is food for champions. If you receive the same feedback from a number of people, please pause and take a look in the mirror. Take a good hard look in the mirror and speak to people who will tell you the things you don't want to hear, because it can only help you get better. You can choose how you interpret the feedback and how you're going to address it, but never let it be because you didn't take feedback. Feedback is food for champions. Another day, I'll tell you how feedback helped my journey and made me a better leader than I ever could be. Thank you.
Please wait, we're taking a shot. Okay.
The land is good, the land is fine. Gold we have, diamonds we mine. Yet we fight, we cover it all in blood. Tell me why we wallow in the mud. Africa, 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 yeah. Mama Africa, we cry for peace. Africa.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Akofa. You did so great. Madam, thank you very much for your inspiration as well. Like I said, we can go on and on and on because our women don't seem to amaze us. A round of applause for them. And a round of applause for yourselves as well for staying here. It is not easy. I'm tired. Honestly, I'm tired. And I know you're also tired. So thank you all for staying. We've come to the final part of the program where we give out awards to distinguished personalities who distinguish themselves in the finance and investment sector. But before that, let me just remind you that this program was made possible by CGI Institute, CGI Network Ghana, Women in Finance and Investment Network, Platinum KK Insurance Brokers Limited, Institute of Certified Chartered Economists, And then we have Nimet Capital, Service Securities Limited, West Lion Concept, Bank of Africa, Obsidian Achena, Invest Corp, Metropolitan Pensions Trust, Noble International Business School, Africa Global Investor Network. I'm a bit tired, so forgive me. Media partners, Joy News, Modern Ghana, Ghana Online, The New Crusading Guide, News Ghana, Metro TV, Ghana News TV, and My Ghana Daily. These are the people who've made it possible for us to have this event. God willing, next year, we will still have them and even add more so we make it bigger. The final session will be handled by an honorable lady as well as the other ones we've always had. All our women are distinguished and honorable. Miss Nancy Kachu Tomani, forgive me if I crucified your name. Did I do well? Thank you very much. So kindly welcome her as she does the final presentation, and we will be done here.
Mama Africa, we cry for peace. Africa.
Good evening once again. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the GSI Institute for successfully organizing the second Women in Finance and Investment Summit and Awards 2021. That seeks to appreciate the efforts of powerful women in finance and investment, as well as provide the platform for women who are still forming career options to interact with experienced women, both at the corporate level and industry, to enable them to envisage the outcome of their careers and to decide on the path to travel. The CGIA Institute continues to encourage women in finance and investment to join the growing family of charter holders. The women receiving awards tonight have visibly made an impression in the finance industry by providing strong leadership in the media space as business owners or as corporate leaders, by creating a culture in their organizations that thrive on innovation and ethics to drive change. These women continue to serve as role models for the next generation of women who wish to build a career in finance and investment. The next half an hour will be used to celebrate these women in leadership who have helped shape the economic foundation of this country. In recent times, women in leadership take great responsibilities at the workplace and have successfully turned obstacles into opportunities by deploying effective strategies and solutions through experience and professional network in their career. The experience acquired should be shared through the social networks to develop talent and leadership qualities in others. Even though the woman's place in building any economy is well recognized, they continue to lag when representations are made at the top end of the corporate ladder, despite their exceptional performance in these roles. Women must therefore tool themselves up and be willing to fight for a place at the table and use their wealth of talent to help our nation to realize its potential. Corporates should support women to take up roles of management that are available in every sector of the economy. We are glad that despite these setbacks, we still have the opportunity to celebrate women who have braved the odds. I take this opportunity to congratulate the awardees of the Women in Finance and Investment Summit 2021 and wish them the very best in their distinguished careers in future. God willing, next year, we are looking at separating the summit from the awards and would work at that. We encourage everyone to try and be part of the CGIA Institute. Take the first step and work towards it, and you soon chatter. We started it by God's grace. We are part of the Institute now, and of course, one of the board of governors of the Institute. I stand here today. It may be difficult, but start somewhere and then you will get through this whole program. Don't worry about the background you come from. At NUST, when I joined that time, I studied mechanical engineering. I happened to be the third lady in the department and of course the only lady in the class. By the grace of God, I had to not to disgrace women, so I came out with an upper, and thank God. But today I've changed career path. So it doesn't matter where you start from. But once you have a good foundation, you can always switch. Thank you once again. So at this point in time, I must, first of all, call those to help to give the awards. I kindly call on Bridget Opoku Bossman to come and assist in giving the awards to the following persons.
They'll be indicating them.
No one else than Dr. Susie Akupoplampo.
Congratulations, Susie. Dr. Susie, you deserve it. Another big clap. Another big clap. Congratulations.
The land is good, the land is fine. Gold we have, diamonds we mine. Yet we fight, we cover it all in blood.
Okay.
Tell me why.
So we share a surname. The first Ghana women in finance and investment analyst of the year is presented to Mavis Opoku Bossman.
Congratulations, Mavis. Congratulations.
The land is good, the land is fine. Gold we have, diamonds we mine. Yet we fight, we cover it all in blood. Tell me why we wallow in the mud.
Let's please call Africa. Dikshita, I do not want to mess up with your surname. Please come over and help me.
Mama Africa, we cry for peace.
Awota Hoa. Is it hard?
Africa.
Awota Hoa. Yeah, it's kind of.
Thank you very much. Kindly help me to give the next set of awards.
Mama Africa, we cry for peace. Africa.
So, the first Ghana Woman in Finance and Investment Award 2021 for Sustainable and ESG Investment Women of the Year is presented to Roberta Anand. Congratulations, Roberta.
Thank you. Congratulations, Roberta. Congratulations. Clap offering once again.
Africa, yeah. Mama Africa, we cry for peace.
The first Ghana Woman in Finance and Investment Award 2021 Insurance Leader of the Year is presented to Patience Achianu.
Mama Africa, we cry for peace.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Receiving the award on her behalf because I know her. Congratulations. Right. Kindly join me here, Antoinette Kofi, to give the final set of awards. Thank you.
Tell me why we fight. Tell me why you fight. Tell me why we fight.
Okay, so
first Ghana Women in Finance and Investment Awards 2021 for the Fund Manager of the Year is presented to Deborah Ama Akote from the Chief Investment Officer for Data Bank.
They don't know what's going on. Monagiso, my baby boo. I'll be so.
The first Ghana Women in Finance and Investment Awards 2021, Contribution to Diversity and Inclusion, presented to Bank of Africa, Ghana.
Congratulations, Bank of Africa. A clap.
Tell me why we wallow in the mud. Africa, 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 yeah. Mama Africa, we cry for peace. Africa.
So the final award for the day, First Ghana Women in Finance and Investment Awards 2021 for the Finance and Investment Woman of the Year, presented to this name appears to be very popular today, Abena Brigidi. The CEO for Nimed Capital.
Congratulations. A big clap for free. Congrats. Next year, many more awards. Prepare yourself.
We cry for peace.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nancy, for that. Come on, a round of applause for every one of you here. Hi. At least say hello. Hi. Yeah, great. So, come on, I think I deserve a hand. Sure, I know most of you call me the faceless, whoever behind the voice you've been hearing. My name is Gifty Boatema Anan, and I think I spoke to almost every one of you. Good to have you here. First of all, I want to say a very big thank you to all our sponsors for coming on board. I want to say a very big thank you to our platinum sponsor, KK Insurance. We have our gold sponsors, Nimed Capital and Service Securities and the West Lion Concept. I want to say a very big thank you. We couldn't have done this, but come on, a hand of applause for them. We also want to say thank you to our bronze sponsors, Bank of Africa, Ghana, Obsidian, InvestCorp, and the Pension Trust. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. I want to say a big thank you to Metropolitan Pensions Trust as well for, coming on board and making this possible. Our strategic partners were Nobel International Business School and also Africa Global Investor Network. I want to say a very, very big thank you to you all. To our media partners, we have Joy News. Ghana, thank you for coming. The New Crusade and Guide, News Ghana, Metro TV, Ghana News TV, and then my Ghana daily. We want to say a very, very big thank you. Now, I want us to say a very big thank you to the phenomenal women, the women leaders who came to share their thoughts and perspectives with us today. Come on, put your hands together for every one of them. From the one that gave the keynote, we're supposed to have Elsie Awazi here, the second deputy governor for Bank of Ghana, but unfortunately, she was on another assignment and couldn't make it, sent a representative, and then we enjoyed it just as much. For all the speakers, from those who handled the first panel to those who took the second panel, the profiling session, talk about the one-on-one, the hard talk, the TEDx session. Come on, we've taken a whole lot from these people and want to say that we are very, very, very grateful. Lastly, I want to say that this couldn't have been possible without you all taking the time off your busy schedules to be here on a Saturday. I understand what it means for mothers, for siblings, for sisters, for uncles and aunties like you to take off your weekend to honor an event like this. And I want you to appreciate yourself. We owe the success of the program to you and to all our speakers. Once again, my name is Gifty Botima Anan. Thank you for coming. And then please make sure that you have some networking session going on. Take the number of a colleague, take the number of a boyfriend. You may find your husband here. You may find a husband for your sister. You may find a wife for your brother. Just make sure that you don't leave anything hanging. Make it happen, babies. All right. Have a good evening, and I love you all.